Doodly doodly doo. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fire, fire. Nothing's broken. Fire, fire.
Uh, I will say, I kind of wish I had made notes of what my character sheet was beforehand because, like, I forgot exactly what all my ASIs went to and all, as well as
Well, you
any feats
copy
that
it
I may have
first.
taken.
Wait, okay, okay,
Uh,
okay. No, are you changing your sheet to 2024 because no one confirmed they're doing that? We're not doing
oh,
that.
Oh,
Sorry,
oh,
sorry.
oh,
well,
I already done did.
We're still using your
I've
old
been
character.
doing
I
that.
apologize. No one really communicated with me, and so I was
yeah,
just
I hadn't had a chance to
because
look through and
that is a discussion
see.
because that is meaning we move the whole rule set to 2024,
Oh,
which I'm pretty much ready to do. Um, but no one talked about it, and I wasn't planning on like our spellcasters having to rebuild and stuff like that.
yeah, I'll just roll it back. Uh,
Let's hope you
how it
can.
was. It's gonna be easier than figuring out the 2024 stuff.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure like your barbarians and fighters is not too much of a crazy change, but
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
yeah, I feel like most classes got like a core little fun thing. But yeah, I haven't looked at you guys' classes yet. The weapon mastery though does seem really fun.
Yeah, that I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, just so you guys know, if next session you want to say, "Oh yeah, Nate, let's make sure we all switch over to 2024," I'm totally fine with that. There just was no discussion because like Romulo is Justin, right? He's playing one of the most complicated classes right now that's ever existed in D&D 5e because I uncapped his abilities. So his class is very complicated and he's going to get like a couple weeks, but like if you guys need to or like still want to do it and check out what a level 20 character looks in a brand new handbook, I'm here for it. It's
yeah,
everyone needs to switch over. Like there's like little weird things like a paladin, for instance. Their smite is now a spell, right? There's like all these different nuances. Conditions have different effects, et cetera, et cetera. So abilities will interact differently with different rules from 14 and 2024. Okay. Robert's in the
I
house.
believe I
What's up,
had
Robert?
tough.
Yeah, before anyone messes with their sheets too, I was gonna do PDFs of everyone's stuff because he broke anything.
Pretty
Good
sure I
Riley.
had skill expert because I had the
Oh man, I'm sorry. Your
athletics.
sword has your legendary artifact sword is no longer a part of. Oh darn!
Yeah,
It got sucked away into the abyss, so you no longer get that.
feel like okay, so it's currently overridden 22. I'm just gonna do that because I know that I had it maxed out and then it was +2. I believe I had tough as one of the
Oh yeah,
last ones
Rob.
I took.
So I'm talking to Robert. This map is pretty cool. I had something else in mind when we first triggered it, and so that I can actually rotate it too. It's supposed to be like floating in space, but we never actually had to trigger that. So I am very proud of my map making skills. Been getting better and better and better. Gary with paladin levels. What god would Gary be in with? They're a god of lust.
Hmm.
God of the what is it?
Bacchus.
The satyr? You know, a little god nature, a little big old ding dong.
Okay, I did not have 304 HP last time, so I think I may have accidentally upped my con by too much, or maybe I didn't have tough.
Do your approximate.
It was in the high 200. Maybe it was when we hit 20, because that was last session.
Fair enough. Yeah, it might have dipped you over to the 300 range, which is crazy.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Tough plus maxed out constitution.
Yeah, I guess tough would have done it.
And you don't have max
Yeah.
constitution. Orco.
Just trying to find
That 300's a bit of a exponential growth from what would you probably start? Well, I guess Cadmel didn't start at level 1 technically, but
Yeah,
you
no,
would've-
Cadmail started at like 13, I
Yeah.
believe.
I guess Orkvo you would have started with what, a D12? No, yeah, D12,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Plus con.
D12s for.
So probably
I'm gonna
what,
see what happens if I add tough
13 or
just
14.
for funsies. Where is it? There. Yeah, if I add tough, it only adds me to 282.
Max out your con, see what happens.
Yeah. I'm not gonna mess with that right now.
No, but that's just crazy to think that you start off with like 13, maybe at most 14 HP. You're at 222 HP. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Trying to.
I'm excited though for my Tuesday group. A couple people are gonna have to be out of town for for a long period of time, so we're going to get like a little mini adventure in. So we'll be able to build new characters with like the 2024 rules and stuff. So we'll be deeping and diving into it, fresh. I'm excited. I do think it'd be poetic though if you guys do a level 20 at 2014 and then next session do a level 20 in the 2024, so you officially can say you've played both level 20 in both editions, which I imagine is a very small percentage of people who play D&D. In it to win it. Yeah, this is just one of those, like, we're in the final moment, so like I just want everyone's attention for it, so we're just gonna chill until Riley gets his stuff back up to date.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember, because that was it. I had like a gift of, I believe, the metallic dragon as one of my last feat. Yeah, I definitely had that, so I think that's it.
No, not yet, Robert. I haven't, because we all need refreshers, so I'm just giving Cadmail time to bring it into it. And I'm actually going to do a long-winded recap, and we'll talk about where you guys have been, especially our Romuel, Quaylen, and Orkfo characters, because it's been a long journey to our final little mini arc here.
Yeah, this says that I've got 304 hit points, which is high, but I'm not 100%.
I mean, you guys, it really doesn't seem out of realm for me, especially if you have max con and tough, like that's, and you're level 20, that totally is fine with me. Which is funny because it's like with a tough feat at level 20, I guess only a barbarian could potentially buff you out. So you're like at one of the highest HP levels probably possible with 5th edition.
Yeah.
I imagine. Without any like divine intervention, like boost your con above 20.
Just trying to remember, why did I had expertise in athletics.
I'm
Just
pretty
trying to remember
sure
how I
your
got that.
AC was around like 20 or 21 or something like that. I'm being
My
very
AC
sarcastic.
is mostly only boosted by items, so
I am being very
I'm screwing with
sarcastic.
my sheet didn't
You're-
change it, Nate. So I should have. Yeah, where's my.
JP, are you getting in the roll
That's
20
why.
okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Are you getting in the roll 20 okay? Also,
And I just never.
microphone.
Wait, am I in the wrong one? I'm in the wrong one.
I bet you're in the Salt Marsh one. The new Roll 20 beta, their jump gate seems like it's a lot more stable. Again, it's like we're just so close to the end. I'm not like rocking the boat too much, but
We did not long rest last session.
You did. Because the joke, you guys were like, we got to keep going. We're on a time crunch. And I was trying to RP to Tatiana. I was like, maybe we should rest. Be like, no, man, we're on a time crunch. I'm like, if we long rest, you get a level up. And so I was okay, we'll take a long rest.
And then Quaylen peed on us.
Probably.
But that's not abnormal.
Yeah.
Isn't
Sounds
that
like
how?
an average Monday night for Quaylen.
Didn't you say you gave us like a divine blessing?
I mean, isn't all of Quaylen's pee divine blessing?
It wasn't until now it is.
All that glitters is not gold.
Oh, what the heck did I just do to the map? What row? Did I accidentally? Oh, one of my mute buttons delete. I'm pretty sure I just deleted on accident that whole platform I had like on the map. Oh, there we go. Control Z. I should probably not have that on delete.
I think I'm pretty much done. I think I've got it back to where it was.
Excellent. Out of curiosity, can everyone just do a roll through D&D Beyond? I'm curious to see if everyone's Avray. It seemed like it got back to working after not for a week or two. Camille's is good. Not a huge deal. I'm just curious to see if everyone's working.
Yeah, work for me.
Cool.
And yeah, my health is back to where I thought it should be, which is about 284.
Okay.
Do I
I'm
need to
using
manually?
You go.
Sorry, do I need to manually change Quaylen's AC to whatever you said?
I already did for you. Make sure you refresh your page. It should show 18 now from 14.
Yas.
Yes. All right. So let's just recap the major beats of the campaign, right? What has it been 3 years? We started before COVID. We started with Lost Mines of Fandelva, classic introductory adventure, and you all accomplished it. You bravely fought the young green dragon early on, which was, I think, the first time you've seen my style, right? When something's gonna be tough, I like to tell you, well, I'm like, this could kill you. But you guys did a really good plan, executed really well, and killed the young green dragon. Eventually making it all the way to Wave Echo Cave. Met the Gundren Rockseeker brothers, found some of them dead, and beat the Black Spider. I think that was his name, right? The Black Spider. And maybe it wasn't Black. Anyways, the spider, the evil spider guy, Drow. The cave is reopened technically. I believe you guys still can get a percentage of income from or their profits from Fandom if it ever went back. After that, those when things really got interesting, as you all decided what you wanted to do next. And campaign-wise, we had a couple different options. Above table, it was, I petitioned for you for a choice, the Tomb of Annihilation, which we ended up doing, or like the Tiamat classic dragon adventure, high adventure. You guys chose Tomb of Annihilation. And so we started getting you all in place to get to that moment. And the most important story beat in Tomb of Annihilation is a death curse. I'd started hinting at it with different NPCs that knew. Whatever the knight's name was, that was an Fandelver or Fandolin. He was like starting to get sick. But more, what's the word I'm looking for here? fatefully, I think, Quaylen unfortunately got killed in a battle at a spa, a magical spa that you went through a book to get to, and there was these witch hags there, and unfortunately Quaylen died. There he met, though, the goddess Soon, the goddess of beauty, who together helped to bring Quaylen back, but Quaylen was now on a ticking time as he was now being affected by the death curse, which was affecting every person in the world who had been resurrected through magic. And so now the urgency got very great as now you're on a race to save Quaylen's life. So you traveled across the world to the jungles of Chultz. Met a pirate who wasn't a pirate, but then you met a pirate who was an accountant. And you set off into the jungles, where there, fatefully, you met, I guess, Candlekeep. There was stops in Candlekeep, all that for Romuald. But more importantly, in Chult in the jungles, knowing that she was here somewhere, Romuald ran into Tatiana. Tatiana being someone that Romuald, and I always give Justin credit for this with his backstory. He developed 2 NPCs from Candlekeep, and at first he was like, all right, this one's probably good, this one's kind of bad, and he was like, you know what? Surprise me with who they are, morality, like who they actually are. And so I was able to play with that a little bit. And more or less, they came out to be relatively gray, but Tatiana definitely on the evil side. As you linked up with Tatiana, and she was on the same journey, trying to understand. You guys learned about the Atropol, this thing that Serac made. So you were looking for a lost city and destroy it. Along the way, we met some adventurers, and we killed off at least 3 or 4 of Riley's characters. No, Tatiana ended up. I can't remember the course of events. I think
So
Turk
I do
died
remember.
first, right? Because he was your first character, right?
Yep, Tark
was like-
was feeling a bit tired, and as a genie patron's warlock, took a nice rest in the ring, which was entrusted to Romuald. And Tatiana said, Romuald, let's go into the Liamon's tiny hut and have a private conversation with nobody around. And everybody forgot about the ring, except for the one inside of it.
Yep. And so Tatiana had a conversation with Romuald. Again, I'm like, Justin, do you remember exactly what happened? Because I think that the impression was Tatiana. Well, you did get to see before that a more ruthless side of her, where she met up with some red wizards, and in the middle of a fight, as they were allied, right, she coup de grace one of her quote unquote allies. So she was showing a more ruthless side to her. Maybe she's here not, even though she was quote unquote working with the red wizards, doing something on her own agenda. But she wanted to talk to Romuald about the end goal. And essentially, she wanted to steal the Atropol and research it, understand it, maybe gain power from it, maybe get SRX power in some way. And while Romuald was drawn to that, he was here on a more personal mission of destroying it and saving Quaylen's life. And so there was a crossroads there in that moment. Do you want to add anything to that scene, Romuald? In my opinion, one of the best scenes I've had in any campaign.
Yeah, it was just they got into everybody who was outside of that, because we split chats. We went into the whisper chat.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Everybody who was outside of the hut
No idea what happened.
must have just seen these roles happening in the chat, because we got into an argument and we got into a fight, and I remember she had frozen me, essentially frozen
she
me.
Paralyzed you, yeah.
And that's when Tark had popped out of the ring, and he tried to stop her.
Which I don't think I've ever mentioned this. Ironically, she was just going to leave, right? She wasn't going to fight you guys or try and do anything. But Tark came out just thinking she was about to start slinging stuff down and put himself between her and Romuald. And to Riley's credit, who's been playing with us for like 3 weeks, never met me before, took him aside. I was like, she could kill you. And essentially, we all know now, power will kill you. But I'm not going to do that to you if you don't want to. But Riley, to his credit to this day, I'll remember you're like, oh no, that'll be a great beat. everyone will know how dangerous she is. He's like, I'm totally here for it. So one of the most dramatic PC deaths. I'm not sure if this is good or bad thing, but most of the dramatic PC deaths happen with the Badgers over the years. So dramatically, she power word kills Tark. Everyone sees this and she flees. And then now you knew Tatiana was out there somewhere, also quote unquote working with the Red Wizards of Thay. Continue journeying. There also was a fight with a T-Rex somewhere in the middle of that before that happened, but you found the lost city of Amu, began exploring its ruins, trying to find what you knew was a superstructure, quote unquote, a dungeon beneath it where Serac had built the Atropol. I don't think too much of the interactions there were too crucial of all the different monsters and sects, except for the Red Wizards. You also met, I mean, my brain just farted. You rescued Orvex from some ruins as he had come to Amu to do research on behalf of the Thayans. He was an expert. And you rescued him, and he was like, I don't follow you all around. You know, you seem like nice people. And so you have someone who's now with you all the way to the very end of, right, Orvex. Had a confrontation with Tatiana and the Red Wizards. Though, that's right, one of the Red Wizards came to you and it was like, hey, we need to talk about Tatiana. I think we need to ally and take her down because I'm not trusting her. That's right. The chick, her husband was killed by Tatiana when you guys were traveling together. And she's like, I don't trust her. And you're like, yeah, maybe she killed your friend. And she also killed our friend. So you allied temporarily with the Red Wizards. Made it there. I don't remember exactly. She ended up kind of like, she did swear an oath or like swear not to hurt you all. But I'm pretty sure in the middle of the fight, she didn't care, right? And just like, in the middle between the Red Wizards, Tatiana, and you all. It was pretty much a three-way going all around. Romuald was almost killed, I think, in all of that, right? Or were you killed? I remember Tatiana getting very upset by Romuald, right? Can't remember if you died and got resurrection in that spell.
Yeah,
in that fight.
I remember we went up and down because they kept using Kona Cold to hit Tatiana, but I was also there, and so
that's
I went
right.
down,
Yeah.
and then I got brought back up by Torgan, I think, and then
yeah,
I went down again.
Shout out to Al, who played with us for a bit.
And then I went down again, and I think she was getting ready to give Romuald the coup de grace when Orkfo had his turn.
Well, before Tatiana, right? Because you could have grace Tatiana in that moment, right, Orkfo?
I think so.
But
so long ago.
Second most dramatic death in any of my campaigns. Tatiana in this fit of about to be defeated, this struggle, all she wanted, like there's two things Tatiana, as you guys kind of learned, emotionally wanted was more power and to still be close with Romuald and them being allies. And in this moment of frustration, she had one more like trick up her, or like one more blast on her way out. And she turned her focus to Quaylen, who Romuald decided not to join her and for him. And so she pretty much blamed Quaylen for Romuald's betrayal in her eyes. And so through anger and frustration, cast good old fashioned disintegrate on Quaylen and destroyed him and turned him into dust and ash in the moment. And then Orkfo, in a rage, killed Tatiana. What was your next character's name, Riley? I'm trying to remember your cleric.
So,
Aphelios.
Yeah, Hephilius.
Hephilius, yes.
The rust bucket.
Because he had already been with them for that fight, right?
Yep.
Yep. First was Targ. Then was Hephilius.
Mm-hmm.
And Eamon.
Yep. Yeah,
Wait.
Eamon was the one after Hephilius.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I
Yeah,
think
'cause-
that fight
Go ahead.
was like the first counterspell back and forth.
Oh,
we had.
yeah, that's
It was
probably,
like
that's very true.
counterspell,
Yeah,
counterspell.
I counterspell, you counterspell, I counterspell. Yeah. The first, I like to call it the wizard duel when the counterspells start coming out. I think it's crazy. Yeah, so Aphelios shows up. I can't remember the name of the sect, but your journey through Chult in the jungles, you guys pissed off like this order of like warriors. Famously, I'm pretty sure Quaylen like Was it? No. What was? I can't remember what Jordan's character's name was. I think you guys mooned them, sent like a tidal wave at them as you kind of like, because they were trying to like forcefully recruit you, and you guys were like, no. And so they had a standoff. You guys backed out of their camp, but then kind of just like added insult to injury kind of thing. They were total dicks, right? But unbeknownst to you all, Hilphilius was a member of that sect, so he would ended up with you all and started keeping an eye on you to see what was going on and see if it's like, is there more to the story? But after the Tatiana fight, before you guys properly made it down into the Tomb of Annihilation itself, Aphelios was like, you know what? They can't go any farther. I think we're totally justified. I can't, the Order of the White Cloaks. All I remember is they had white cloaks. And so Aphelios turned on the party. And admittedly, like Riley we all know, wasn't trying to TPK you all. He more wanted a very dramatic moment with that character to sunset them in that story beat. So you guys fought him and the other members defeating him. I think Aphelios like did his big like divine flame thing right off the rip and started attacking everybody.
Yeah, it was like right at the end of a long rest, everybody hit the long rest button. Aphelios basically says, let us begin the day, and casts a light from the heavens to descend upon the party.
Yes. And so fight, defeated them all. And so that introduces the Eamon, or Artificer, right? Or an Artificer for that one.
Yes.
And so Eamon, who's still alive, right? Eamon.
Yeah,
Eamon was
I
one of the ones that
retired
got,
to take care of my daughter.
Yep. He retired, but they joined you all in the journey through the Tomb of Annihilation. Next character death. And again, I remember we all had really good conversations. Tomb of Annihilation is supposed to be very punishing, but you guys were like, don't pull punches. We're here for it. We know what we're getting into. And I think the only player death ended up being Torgen, Al's character, which I still miss the Orkvo Torgen dynamic to this day. And Jeff, I love that you still bring Torgen up occasionally. Because I tell Al, I'm like, just so you know, Orkvo still talks about Torgen and stuff. And he's like, he loves that.
It's a good character.
Mm-hmm. Al was a great role player, and Torgen was great. Torgen was from another Salt March campaign he was in with me, so he loved that character so much he brought him over. Yeah, unfortunately Torgen died. He brought in like a Tortle cleric, I think. After that, either way, you guys make it through there. I think the one thing that I always remember is Orkvo hitting the trap that essentially turned everything on his person that wasn't magical into dust. And so like all your money, all your clothes, all your mundane armor just was, you were now naked foe. You were a naked foe. And all you had was like Thorn Cleaver and such. Oh yeah. During all of this, right, after I think even during Phandelver, right? I don't remember when Thorn Cleaver and Orkvo. So during all of this, Orkvo's getting these rages, and at night you guys were having to like tie him outside of like the tiny hut and stuff because he was attacking people in the party. He was losing control. And you're slowly learning that it was coming from his axe, Thorn Cleaver. And into the Tomb of Annihilation. Anything else anybody wants to mention from the tomb that they remember before we get to like the Acererak fight itself?
It was stressful.
It was stressful.
Yeah.
Jordan did sacrifice his character when
Trying to
we
remember.
got locked in that one room. And
The
then I
spinning
had the
fire
wonderful
devil room.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the one where it was like, all of a sudden, the floor is lava. One round later, all of a sudden, you're surrounded by relatively equal level devils. And that's when Eamon was like, screw that rope trick.
Rope trick.
One round later, you're now surrounded by danger, danger, danger.
Didn't Eamon become Swolman at some point or something like that?
Yeah, many of us, I believe the whole party got
Little buffs, right?
deals with the trickster gods.
Yeah, the trickster's gods of Amu.
And Eamon got extreme strength in exchange for losing his ability to feel fear.
Yeah, so we had
which
the skinny
led to
spell
my
cast became
favorite thing of
Swollen,
suplexing the final boss.
Oh my gosh, I don't remember that part. What was What was the name of the? Do you remember we came up with the name for the clone of Orkfo that like followed you guys around? That was like a like not a perfect clone of him, but you guys like found him and it was like a. Do you guys remember what we called him?
I thought that was Nakey Foe.
Maybe that was
Yeah, there was
Nakey Foe,
Orkfo and there
actually.
was
Yeah,
Nakifo.
that might maybe you could be 100% right. Maybe that was Nakey Foe. That probably makes more sense that he had the nickname. Yeah, so you
And
guys
then
had found him.
Tomb Annihilation also had a Frog Foe at one point.
I don't remember Frog Foe. Like I vaguely remember Frog Foe.
That was the room. It was the room that killed Torgon, actually.
Yeah, the room that
was-
killed Torgon.
Oh, because you got
Yeah,
polymorph, right? Because that's what it was killed him. It was the polymorph
Mhm.
spell. Where that's when I learned about dying effects in polymorph or wild shape, which as far as I can tell, everything I've read, this is how it's supposed to go. If you get hit and even though we instinctively want to go, oh, I'm polymorph or wild shape, I go to 0 and I go back to my other form, effects that kill you when you hit 0 kill you in that form before you make it over, because the order of operations is if you hit 0 you die, and then the wild shape is if you hit 0 then you pass over with extra damage. From everyone I can tell, that effect so that was like, I remember we ended with y'all polymorphing, and then during the week me understanding exactly how that interaction was supposed to go. I was like, that's why it's dangerous. Oh
Yeah.
Oh, it's scary. And unfortunately, that's how Torgon got it. Yeah.
I believe that was the beginning of my running thing of I have a stupid idea,
Oh, yeah.
because I believe I was controlling somebody else's character, or they were
It was
asking for
Tingles. Yeah, you were actually
Yeah.
controlling Tingles.
yeah,
yeah,
and I
that's-
saw,
that's-
hey, he has magic missile, so I can hit each of us, and we risk either this is a timed thing and bringing us to 0 will probably kill us, or losing the 1 HP that we have takes us out of the polymorph and saves us in this combat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you saved the party from a TPK because of your intuition there, for sure.
If
At
there
the
was
very
anything,
least, I think I saved myself and Orkfo.
Yeah, but I'm saying it would have been a TPK if you didn't try that. I think, there were so many monsters in that room that they could have started just coup de grace the other
Fair.
polymorph folks.
Yeah. If there was anything I'd want to be remembered from the Tomb of the Nine Gods part of the campaign, is there was probably 2 sessions of all these moments where we would enter a room. Nate would have like a full 3-minute exposition telling us everything about the room, and we would immediately just nope and turn around and leave. We would encounter another room, and we just repeated that for a while.
Yeah,
because we
you
were so
you
scared to
finally
interact with
at one
anything.
sooner, like halfway through that dungeon, you guys legitimately got the fear of the dungeon, and you're just like, do we need anything in this room? If I don't think so, then we're fucking leaving. Loved it.
Did you manage
The
to
one with
yoink
like
a crown?
human skin or something.
Gosh, I think I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, there are so many rooms you guys are like, nope, we're out. We did gloss over the fact that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we still don't know why Tingles was in Amu. But after the Tatiana fight, before we went to the tomb, you heard Tingles just like this random bard just walking out in the middle of the night, singing gaudy songs and joining the party. You're like, I'm here to join you all. And then that's how Tingles just inserted himself into the party and joined them for their little trip. I don't know if you ever justified your reasons for him being there, JP. Like, I don't remember that conversation, but I love, like, we still don't know why Tingles was in Cholton and Amu.
I think the mystery behind it is what makes Tingles who he is.
100%.
Like, the less you know about him, the more interesting he is.
Mm-hmm. So you were down there, Tingles, new characters, and we finally make it to the Serac fight in the Atropol. First, you had to fight the god baby, this fetus, that giant fetus at Atropol that Serac had built that was sucking all the souls. In a moment of courage, the one time Gary has ever had mechanical sway on the party, he ran up and to like a swirling cylinder of souls and pretty much got Quaylen to pop out of it. And so then Quaylen was able to join everyone for the last Acererak fight, which was crazy. I remember freaking from that fight, one of the moments always stands out is Al as his cleric rolled for divine intervention and got it, which is wild. Funny enough, like my clerics I've had over the years very rarely use divine intervention, and I'm pretty sure like one of them was during a Tiamat fight, and that one are the two that I specifically remember. They managed to get them both in the crazy moment. For those who don't know, divine intervention, you have to roll lower on a D100 than your class, so you're like usually trying to get like a 10 or lower, right? Or if not even that. So Torgen did that, and I think what I did is gave everyone Death Ward, essentially, like an extra Death Ward, because Al was a great player. I think he had put Death Ward on one or two of you. But crazy fight with the Acererak over a pit of lava. That's when we all learned about delayed fireball and its interaction with time stop, which you've all, as Justin has been very keen on recreating that when he can against me. Dropping delayed fireball, which gets stronger as rounds go by, doing time stop, which makes rounds go by quicker, and then it blowing up. Man. So you suplexed him? I don't remember that moment as Swolman. Better. Did you end up suplexing us,
Yeah,
Eric?
so
I
I
can't
just
remember the final
managed
blow.
to. I don't remember the final blow, but I do remember I managed to suplex him off the edge, and he managed to grab on and avoid falling into the lava. Or no, I think he fell down for one turn, but like teleported back up.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't
forget.
think we got a final blow.
Oh, no, that's true. Yeah, he teleported away. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yeah, you didn't actually kill him, but you did defeat him and he disappeared. That's right. Thank you. And the next important moment in all of that, unless someone has something from that fight they remember that really jumped out to him, is Justin had been talking to me about Romuald, and with Quaylen saved, Justin in the back of his head that Romuald was just going to actually join Tatiana. I don't know if you guys know how close he was to taking Romuald off screen in this moment. He wanted to, I don't remember what checks we had to do, but remember Tatiana had that gate scroll and she was going to use it to take the Atropole out. Romuald tried to do that and just leave you all there and take the Atropole and go join Tatiana. Or in that moment, I don't think you guys realized Tatiana was a lich and she was going to come back, but Romuald was going to take the Atropole and bamf out. But he fails his check after that fight. I don't know how many of you guys have caught on to that, because we've mentioned it once or twice, but not that definitively.
Yeah, it was a gate scroll. I remember the Atropole fight. It had that scream, and it would give you exhaustion.
Oh, yeah.
And Romuald had like 3 or 4 points of exhaustion, so everything was at disadvantage. And I do remember Quaylen giving me guidance beforehand, though.
Oh, man. Sorry, not to tie everything back to, but I know Tingles is a character now, as JP is a player. He's now had 2 characters. Like, he maybe didn't realize with Quaylen, like, you helped Romuald, and he was going to, like, maybe just bamf out, kind of, quote-unquote, depending how you want to look at it, betray the party. But Tingles helped Romuald become a god recently, like, gave you, like, bardic inspiration, or, like, advantage on checks. And then when it came Tingles to, like, turn to become a god, you guys were like, no, we don't want Tingles to have it. So, like, 2 times you've supported other player characters, and maybe not that the stuff recently with Tingles was a betrayal, but betrayal to Tingles, right? That's funny.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I had a thought by a lot. Oh, my little side here. Shout out to the exhaustion rules for 2024. I don't know if you guys know this, but the new rules, which I love, I don't think there's exhaustion in our final arcs, but it's now a flat penalty of like level 1 is -2 to all your D20 rolls and a -5 to speed. And then level 2 exhaustion is -4 to all your checks, -10 to all your speeds, and that's it. There might be some like level 5, maybe you do die or something like that, but it's just a flat penalty numerically rather than all that crazy half speed, disadvantage, all this, and this, and this, and this, and this. That was like too punishing. So it'll be nice to be able to use exhaustion more without feeling like I'm really screwing you guys over. Yeah, so you've defeated Serac. And leave Chol, right? I don't think anything too much crazy happens in Chol. You all kind of go on your way. That's when we officially started the 1 year downtime, right? Nothing else really happened after that. That I remember.
I think Eamon did the there was a Sphere of Annihilation along with the Well of Souls, and Eamon did Nat 20 to control the Sphere of Annihilation, and I believe.
Oh, and that's how we
ended
broke the Well of Souls. You like slammed it into it.
Yeah, I believe that was it.
Heck yeah. Love it.
I think we teleported to Candle Keep afterwards. And then
Shout out to your great uncle or uncle. I can't remember if he's your great uncle or uncle.
Strago.
Uncle Strago? Uncle Strago, can you hear me? You're like old and growing, hard of hearing.
And then I think that's when we started to go to Citadel Felbar.
Oh, yeah, so this was, so it wasn't the year yet, right? Yeah, the year was after Cormyr, right? This was when you guys were like, okay, we need to figure out. Oh, yeah. So when you guys, before you got to Mu, you guys were in like a swamp, a water area. Remember when you guys were fighting Orkfo or something, and the Chimera got released from Thorncleaver, right? I'm pretty sure, like out of the water.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
what it was.
in a
Yeah.
boat.
You guys were in a boat
Yeah.
and it was underwater, and from the water emerged the free. Because I think it was like enough blood was going to let him get free. And so, yeah, a demon chimera was freed from Thorncleaver and then flew off. And you guys were just kind of like, well, that's a problem for another day. Continuing on the Camus into the Tomb of Nine Gods. That was one of the greatest, like in the middle of an adventure of like, oh, we're going to have to deal with that later. Okay. What's that going to be? Yeah, so that,
Remind me
yeah.
exactly where Thorncleaver came from. I'm pretty sure I pulled it out of like a magical forge or something. Was that in Wave Echo Cave?
That was, yeah.
Mm,
You like dipped your hand into
we got kind of weird with
Spell
Thorncleaver. Thorncleaver, because we kind of went back and forth early on exactly how we wanted to find the narrative around Thorncleaver. And technically, the way the narrative worked for me by the end of it is that you got Thorncleaver from the tomb of from your grandfather in Citadel Felbar.
Gotcha.
I think its latent like abilities was triggered in Wave Echo Cave at that little magical doohickey. I think that was the moment where it really like unleashed itself and became more prevalent, and that's when Orkfo started. I think we like made it more brought to the forefront, and then you were starting to lose control periodically. So that's how I always described it, or that's how I ended up solidifying it, was because when we get to Citadel Felbar, Orkfo's home in the far north, you learn more about your grandfather and the stories around him. He was a great warrior, worked for the army of Citadel Felbar, a great captain, but slowly over time was losing control and had anger issues essentially. And your father essentially banned you from ever like interacting with Thorncleaver, going in there, and get shame from the grandfather, his father, right? And Thorncleaver. But I can't remember how we justified Orkfo. I think Orkfo went down there to get it because you were a part of the military forces, right, of Citadel Felbar. So I think you went to go get it to like use it, right? Like, we need this legendary weapon. And so that's when it all kind of, after that thing started, your father got pissed at you, and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna go wandering. Fuck this. I don't need your shit. And and then later on in Phandalin is when all of it started coming to the forefront. Yeah, but you're like, all right, we saved the world from a death curse. Now we're gonna go find that demon chimera, which led you all to Citadel Felbar and sniffing around. The chimera essentially was going around as like a demon and like creating little holes to the abyss, essentially. And one of the places it did that was because it went and got your grandfather's body and bones from your crypt of your family, of your clan. And he went in there, and you guys, I remember that was like one of the first maps I made for you all. You went in, and it was just all this growth, this demonic growth everywhere, and creatures coming through little portals. Fought it. big tough fight with that one. I remember that one was really nail biting, and
That
I
was
remember,
pretty close.
yeah, really pushed you guys to the limit. But learned that the Chimera went farther north out into the woods, and that's when other Jordan joined us for a little bit with a cleric. But this one always gets a little wishy washy because there's so much going on. I remember you guys fighting the demon kraken in the ice under the lake that was covered in ice, and legendarily to me, I think he was one of the most dangerous things. But Justin was able, as Romuel, to find his weakness, which is he had no legendary resistances. So for saves, he was kind of vulnerable, and he was able to polymorph him. So this demonic, giant, tough kraken, which was a TPK machine, you were able to find his weakness and polymorph him and turn that fight into much more easier after that. And you guys pretty much finished it off. During that time, Orkvo was being tempted by the Chimera, which I have a good demon name for him, but I don't remember. It's like Anarak. But we end up learning he was a captain, a right hand to Demogorgon, the Prince of Demons. Can't remember his exact title. Can't remember if it's Prince of Demons, but the Demogorgon, right? This high level demon of beast, essentially. And he was going to use Thorncleaver and Orkvo to bring Demogorgon through. And Demogorgon was really trying to win Orkvo to her side, but Orkvo was like, nope, I don't want any business of that. So you ended up fighting him. The part of the like a forest got like lifted up into the sky. So I'm pretty sure that fight was you guys on like a floating island in like the savage frontier of the north.
Oh yeah, don't forget Nil.
Jordan's character, right? Nil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was there for the last bit of Tomb of the Nine Gods.
Yeah,
Different
Nil.
Jordan number 2.
Yeah. Nil though was in Tomb. Second Jordan was with us in the Tomb of Annihilation. I can't remember what Nil was. I don't know if it was she was a rogue herself
She was
or
a
whatnot.
ranger.
Yeah, I remember like a bow.
Mm-hmm.
She had a different character though for your arc. I don't know if that's in our
May.
May.
That's right.
She had her own little quest to free like a deity or something up there who had pretty much been corrupted, and like the protective spirit god of that lands was being suppressed by the demon. So she joined forces with you guys to free them, which I think is what brought you to the lake to fight the Kraken. I don't remember who the nature deity was at that time. But eventually finally had your face down. What's the word I'm looking for?
Showdown.
I'm like face off and showdown was combining in my brain. Your showdown with the demon chimera, which ended up not being too hard of a fight on the grand scheme of things. Looking back, that was actually a fight where I didn't balance him tough enough, I think. But at the same time, though, you guys just handled it very well. Went through it, beat the shit out of him, defeated him, closed the demon rifts. Peace and nature was able to return. Oh yeah, there was like a corrupted tree ant, right? That May had interacted with, like the tree ants were themselves getting corrupted in the forest. Yep. And then, but Orkvo was able to kind of close the door on the sins of the family, right? Because his grandfather just kind of like succumbed to the anger and such of Thorncleaver, but he was able to navigate the chaos inherent in Thorncleaver and Demogorgon and essentially deny it and then put it back in its box and shove it back down to the abyss. And you haven't had to, I don't think you've had to deal with any of your anger issues since. I think there might have been like 1 or 2 times something happened, but it wasn't necessarily because of Thorncleaver.
Yeah.
Thorncleaver was one of my first weapons. I took a lot of inspiration from Critical Role. They had Mercer had designed in the first season there of weapons that legendary weapons that get more powerful at climactic moments. So yeah, there's also like Thorncleaver getting more and more powerful as the campaign went on. Yeah, so after Citadel Fell Bar, oh, that's right. On the way to Citadel Fell Bar is when we met Cadmail. That's right. Cadmail was traveling to Citadel Fell Bar because he was having some trouble at home in Cormyr. That's right. You met on the road up there. There was a long-standing understanding with Citadel Fell Bar in Cormyr of like, I can't remember exactly what it was, but there was like a device or something there that they was helping keep a demigod dragon in check. But Prince Cadmael and Cormyr had to witness draconic forces and betrayal of some of the houses of Cormyr overthrow his father and family and plunge the nation into civil war. So he was coming to Citadel Bar to see what was going on and why that happened and see if he can figure it out. So he joined forces with you all. You all go fight the demon, and as an agreement, you're like, all right, we'll help you with what you need to. And so that brought us back to Cormyr, where, Riley finally got a character to get his own proper backstory arc and development. One of my favorite...
Lasts longer than 2 levels.
Yeah, one of my favorite backstory arcs that we wrote. And thank you for being really cool with this. I've always wanted to do like a very good dragon arc, right? And also something a little more political with like houses, Game of Thronesy, and Cormyr, Romuald being from Cormyr. I talked to you and we're like, it'd be cool to also tie Romuald into all of that because he was from a noble house in Cormyr. So that added some really extra texture to that, right? So you go to Cormyr and face off against dragons and them trying to unleash Ashardalon, the famous, I call him a demigod dragon. I don't think he's technically just a very, in the official lore, a very powerful ancient dragon. But in my book, he's a demigod dragon that was trapped by Cormyrians at its foundation. And so he was like in jail underneath their capital city. We learned that the bloodline of the king and the royal family was essentially could be used as a key to unlock it. And Tingles famously, in my opinion, was like being very logical. He's like, why don't you guys just go away? Like, why don't you just leave? Which is very true, right? But there was like this honor and a little bit of pride, right, with the royal family. And also it's more fun for you guys to face it off and not have Cadmael have to leave. It was definitely a plot hole in all of that. But they needed the royal family. I remember all the crazy beats. I remember you guys teleporting into Suzail in the middle of everything and kind of like, we need to get out of here. Oh yeah, there was a borderline TPK, but the wizard Blackbone, you guys were like in the middle of Suzail, surrounded by draconic forces, getting the shit beat out of you, and Blackbone essentially teleported in and got you guys out. I'm pretty sure that's how it went down. You almost died in Suzail. I'm trying to remember what ended up unlocking. I guess the prison never was unlocked. You guys decided to go in and fight it.
Yeah, I think what it was.
Some of the beats here
was what happened was before we went into the prison. The last major fight before that, Cadmael had basically been dragged through a portal by one of the dragons, and then the portal closed right behind them.
Oh yeah.
And that's when Kyler teleported in, time stopped, grabbed Cadmael, and
that's right. Yeah,
him to safety.
That's right. It wasn't necessarily a TPK. It was more or less the worst case scenario. Blood of the dragon. The prince was about to be taken into the prison by himself. Yeah, that's what it was. Yep.
And then that's when. You can go ahead.
Mm-hmm. That is when our old friend with those yellow birds appeared.
Oh yeah. What is his name when he's in human form?
Fizbin?
Fizbin, yeah. Because Fizbin's Treasury of Dragons, yes. That's right, yeah. So Cadmael then was visit. I was sitting there like, how did Bahamut get introduced again? I don't remember. Oh yeah, Fizbin in his human form with his little canaries met with Cadmael as he was recovering because there's a big tie to Bahamut for the royal family. Some of them were even paladins over the years and were charged by Bahamut to keep Ashardalon in prison. I'm trying to remember when he bamped you guys to his Platinum Palace. It wasn't then, right? He more just like said hello and then left, or did he just immediately bamf you guys after that? Do you remember?
He took us straight there.
Yeah, he introduced himself and was like, all right, come on now. Yeah, so Bahamut in his human form as Fizbin showed up, talked to Cadmael, who, and all credit to Riley, as Cadmael does a great job RPing like honor and a good morality, right? Good aligned. And so like that really spoke a lot to Bahamut in a lot of volumes. And also you guys were powerful enough to hopefully do what needs to be done. So he took you all to the Platinum Palace. I can't remember which realm, but you were on another plane of existence and met other warriors of the years of Bahamut. Met with him in his draconic form and got all sorts of good goodies. I remember specifically the sword of the Platinum Dragon, which you were able to have been leveling up, which is one of the best like sword items and official sword items in the game. Oh yeah, you guys also, Gary, I think was able to transform when he was up there, and he tried to say hello to some of the other metallic dragons. Maybe I think he did that there. We don't know what happened with him up in there, but child support for celestial dragons maybe down the line for Gary. Anybody want to mention anything with the palace? I remember him just kind of like charging you all with, defeating a Chardalon, but he still had sympathy for Chardalon as like a child, right? Like as kin of his. So rather than being destroyed, he wanted to task you all with sending him to the plane of fire, like where he belongs, right? But that will keep him at a distance from the material plane, your world, to do damage. And he kind of gave you the option, right? And I think he made it clear in that moment, right? That to do that, you needed to call him. Like you needed to summon Bahamut to do that task for you, Cadmiel. I think that was like the hinging on it. But doing that, you knew was going to sacrifice yourself to do it. Was that what it was?
It wasn't calling on him. Granted, it was like basically Cadmiel called on the power of Bahamut and for a bit was transformed into the avatar of Bahamut, but the agreement, as it were, or the idea was, Cadmiel had to pretty much sacrifice himself to permanently lock a Chardalon away under Bahamut's gaze or such. Which I believe JP is one to thank for fixing that.
Yeah, so you get the task with him to do that. So you guys are bamfed down into the prison of a Chardalon, a fiery lava cave. Also, you learned that I think she was a green dragon, was able to cast her own gate spell, right? So she'd been... It was kind of insinuated, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but you were killing off her children or her adult dragons, right? And like, oh, she can get to a Chardalon. So essentially she was... what's the word when people conjugal visits, right? She was visiting a Chardalon over the years and leaving and having little dragon babies. But she showed up, so you guys had to fight one of the adult dragons, which I think was blue. Maybe she was the blue dragon. I think it was an adult dragon, an ancient dragon, and then the great worm, technically, of that they introduced in Fizban. So you fought 3 dragons in more and more power level difficulty. Long, drawn out fight. And I remember it being maybe not the closest fight you guys had, but it definitely wore you down. Definitely was a drag out fight. But eventually you did defeat a Chardalon by Cadmiel, which is still one of my favorite things I've ever done. You summoned Bahamut, so you got to use the official Bahamut stat block, and you turned into him, which is the highest CR, one of the highest CR dragon CRs in
Something
official
like
5e.
that.
Yeah, he's either 28.
It had like a breath, quote unquote, weapon that heals for a massive amount of all creatures in the AoE that you choose.
Yep. So you brought in Bahamut, finished off a Chardalon, sent him. Bahamut was like, "Thank you for doing that. Cool beans. You guys are cool." And you guys all got a lot of really cool items because, again, fun thing about dragons are dragon hordes. And when you defeat a demon god dragon, that was really fun for me, picking out really high, cool items. You got a potion that can turn you into dragons that you can make every day. I remember you got the I can't remember if Bahamut gave it to you, but you got the little canary that turns into a dragon, which I don't think you guys have had to use that at all. But you're just so you technically can. Yeah.
Fresh hint. I will.
So yeah, you've had lots of really cool items from that horde, but also a ring of wishes.
A secret tool that will help us later.
I think Cadmiel, you had because I gave you the option. You roll like a D100. And I let you I'm pretty sure I let you set the DC or something like that to see if you actually died with your sacrifice, which you did. But with the Ring of Three Wishes, Tingles wished you back and brought you back into existence. But he lost the ability to cast Wish from that ring, which was the agreement because he failed like a roll on that. That's when the 1 year happened. And that's when also Tingles kind of came into his full realization as a character, as during the Ashardalon arc, got into the politics of Cormyr and was just kind of like, I can do stuff with this, and started power grabbing. He became royalty after that. He was, like knighted by the king. Oh yeah, and at the end of that too, the king realizing kind of like he was a liability because he was good, intended ruler, but was a little oblivious, a little foolish, and not unwise. He talked to Cadmail and gave up the throne. So that's when Cadmail became King Cadmail. I guess that happened after the end of the year because that was at your coronation that Sarah came back. But yeah, Tingles power grab, and you roll to see how high up into the, what are you, a baron? Maybe not a baron. I don't remember what Tingles is. But
Lord
but it
Tingles.
Yeah. It's up there. Like it was like 2 below the king or something like that. Because
It was Marquis,
I
I
had to
think.
roll for it.
oh yeah, the Marquise. It was like one of the weird ones.
Yeah, what? Just ask Justin.
Yeah.
He remembers fucking everything.
I guess it should be mentioned during the Chardalon stuff. There was a lot of family dynamics. Romiel's father, you got to meet Baron Thamasa, who's a dickwad, which we got to see him in a younger form in Saltmarsh. Fun for us. His Romiel's sister got promised to Cadmail, so she's now the queen. But then Cadmail's sister was also involved, and Cadmail had a brother who kind of went evil at one point, but they had regret. There was a lot going on with the family dynamics too, and different power changing. Yeah, but most importantly, we met Baron Thamaz and how much of a dick he is. But yep, year downtime, you all went out and did stuff. Romiel became the classic wizard with a wizard's tower out in the middle of nowhere, secretive, doing his researches. Came back for the coronation of Cadmail. And yeah, the celebration in Cormyr is when Acererak showed up for revenge and teleported away, captured some of your family members, and was like, come and find me, and left you a little bit of riddle. You tracked him down to another world, the Greyhawk setting, into the classic Tomb of Horrors, one of the most famous dungeons in D&D. I thought it was an appropriate time to pull that out because it was built by Acererak. And you guys, which, playing through it, it definitely showcases old design. And like, the encounters weren't tough, but the puzzles, a lot of them were just kind of like, and you die. Just like there was no just like a setback. It was just like, oh, you failed that check, you're dead. But fortunately for all you guys, it didn't really ever come down to that. But that was a relatively, for everything said, Tomb of Horrors wasn't that tough for you all. And you rescued your family, defeated Acererak. Getting there, Tatiana shows back up. And you're like, you're alive. And you're like, oh, fuck, you're a lich too. You guys realize Tatiana's a lich. She had come to support you all. Long story short, she confesses to Romiel, I'm the one that told Acererak, or like, didn't tell him directly, but led into her little network of evil liches of like who you all were and who your family members were, because she was trying to get you all into action against Acererak. She wanted to pit you guys against him, and then she wanted to come on in and see if she could tag along, even though there's hard feelings with that of joining and going into Acererak. But a lot of very persuasive roles, and first it was Romiel kind of going like, I don't judge you. You are who you are. And so she confessed a lot of that to you. I think pretty quickly she's like, all right, I need to confess to all of you guys essentially. And maybe not in that moment, but eventually she started trying to be as honest as possible about how much she fucked you guys over and whatnot. You guys had to get to Greyhawk, went to Waterdeep, talked to the Lady of Waterdeep, introduced you to the Githzeri. She took you into the Undermountain, the Dungeon of the Mad Mage, fought some Githyanki, got a Spelljammer. While in Undermountain, Was it in Undermountain? Mother of God, I don't remember why you guys talked to that one dragon who was very, very like lawful good and was like, "You need to destroy the Lich Tatiana."
He was being corrupted by shadows, and
Yeah,
we freed
that
him
was
of that.
That's right. You guys had to go to Tatiana's like world that she kind of like hangs out in and lives in. And I don't remember why you guys had to
yeah,
go
that
in
was
there
on the
though.
way to Tomb of Horrors.
That's
We
that what it was. That
got
was
through
the
the
Tomb of
Shadow
Horrors.
Fell,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
Vampire.
think her reasoning for being there as frequently as she was is basically, yeah, no, the only people down here are evil and terrible people, so I can take their souls without remorse.
Yes. Yeah, I forgot about that part. That's how you guys got to the tomb. Was through this little dungeon in her neighborhood, essentially in the Shadowfell, which you cured the corrupted dragon, who did show him case to be a very lawful good. And I think again, one of my favorite RP moments, it was like the judgment. You know, Tatiana was put on into court, right? She was put on notice, and there was a lot of like she confessed to everything and was just very clear. She's like, "I am who I am," and you guys were trying to, and she was very clear. At the end of all this, my goal is to get a Serax power. And through a lot of great RP and convincing, like you all pretty much tried to convince her to give it up. And she rolled. I don't remember what the roll was, but she ended up. No, she didn't. She didn't give it up in
No,
that moment, right? She failed in that moment,
yeah,
right?
she had
Or she
she had
didn't change in that
she
moment.
decided. Well, in that moment, I mean, that was when she came clean to everybody, but she had also said, "This is what I want, and I'm not
Mhm.
budging on that."
That's
And
right.
everybody
Yeah.
decided that we were gonna just have her there to go through with it. And Cadmail had told her, "Once this is all over, if I see you make a move, then I'm
Yep.
gonna cut you down right there." And
That's right.
it
The
wasn't
dragon was just very
until
much like, you need to destroy her. You guys are stupid. Kill her, kill her. But you guys, just to add to the detail, she knew a spell that could get onto a Serac soul. So wherever he sent him, you guys could track him to his phylactery and kill him. Bring us to where we are. Yeah. Continue, Justin. I mean to interrupt you, but that is important to know for Tatiana.
oh no, it's okay. Uh, but it was when she got talked down. It was after Tuba Horrors. We went back. It was Dream of the Blue Veil to
Mm-hmm.
go back. We were in Cormyr, and then I tried to teleport us to Waterdeep,
Yes, that's what it was. Yep.
but
You
I,
failed, or you
no,
didn't
we
fail.
got
You like mishap, essentially. Yep.
yeah, it was a mishap, and we wound up really close to Phandalin, so we met up with Quaylen since we were there, and
Mhm.
Quaylen was the one who had the heart-to-heart with her. He rolled, I think he got a natural 20
I think
when
he
he
did. It was
was
very high,
waiting
but it
to
was at least
talk
in
to
that.
them.
Yeah. One of my favorite moments, and seeing Tatiana's journey as an NPC has been really satisfying. Watching Quaylen, who she killed, you know, out of anger, essentially forgive her, like shook her to her core. Nat 20 roll from Quaylen, and she's at that moment was like, I will give it up. I will give up my reach for that power. And that was so funny because that was all random, right? We were just like, oh, you mishapped on the teleportation. We're like, hey, let's go visit Quaylen. And I think we all kind of pushed AP. It was like, we would love Quaylen to kind of join us for this final arc, right? Because we knew Serac was going to be the end of the campaign again. And so you did bring him along, even though he made your job harder with two full spellcasters. But Gary and Quaylen gets reunited. Yep. Then you guys went to Waterdeep, saw the lady, saw the Gith, went to the Githyanki stronghold underneath Waterdeep, went through it, and it was all published. And I love that you go through all of that to teleport onto the other side of an asteroid from underneath the ground of Waterdeep. It took you to an asteroid around the planet with a spelljammers like docked on it. So fought a bunch of Githyanki trying to help her save her friend, the Githzerai. And you guys had options, right? Originally, you were going to go with the Githzerai. But when we got to Spelljammers, I'm like, man, let's Spelljam. And so you guys took the route of, let's get on the Spelljammer and go destroy an astral, or the gate beast. I can't remember exactly what I called it. Because through that, it'll create a portal to Limbo.
Chaos Beast.
Yeah, the Chaos Beast, Gate Beast. So you're like, yeah, let's Spelljam. So you guys flew off in Spelljammers with the Hippo people crew. And yeah, that's when you fought the Chaos Gate Beast, made it through the Limbo, brought you to where you are currently, which is what I call Mistral's deathbed, where you learned that the old goddess of magic had died. Whether she was sacrificed or got killed, you're not sure. But that's when Karsus of the Netherreal Empire had tried to ascend. And this is where she was destroyed in the process. And he was stopped in that moment and also was destroyed. You found out that a staff that you got from Acererak had him in it. And so he took control of Tatiana because Romuald gave the staff to Tatiana. She took control. He took control of her. Came here, and you can tell he was trying to tap back into what he started thousands of years ago. He's like, I want to finish the process. I want to become a god of magic. So you all intervened and drag out fight with a big, powerful spellcaster who was channeling divine magic. Romuald dies. Romuald then meets. That was a great moment where Justin, because I forgot, and I had no contingency plans for you being like, oh yeah, if I die, I wake up as a clone back on a plane and a whole nother back home on another plane. But I thought it was really appropriate. When you died, you ended up meeting with Mistra, the current goddess of magic, and Azur or Azith, whatever this god of magic is also. And they're like, hey, you should work for us. You should become a follower and we'll everything will be working out. And Romuald realized, oh, they want to put shackles on me. If I work for her, then they control me in that way. And you're like, I don't think that's what I want for myself. So you're like, I'm going to refuse. And Mistra was like, if you try to become a god of magic, I will destroy you. And Romuald's like, cool. All right, God. And they're like, we still need you. Go back there and finish the job. So they sent you back. And that's when Romuald came back in a flash of glory and divinity and started sucking in divine energy from the deathbed of Mistral, and you guys started fighting Karsus, and you fought him, and you beat him. And so, I'm trying to remember all the beats here. Romuald has a part of the divinity, and then after Karsus was defeated, there was essentially leftover divinity, right? And so Romuald said, you know what? I want to give this to Tatiana. She's like, Tatiana, take it. Tatiana's like, she was tempted, right, because of her past, who she is. But Quaylen, even in that moment, was like, bitch, I told you. I forgave you, bitch. And she was like, no, I don't want it. That's right. She was killed in the process, too, during the fight, or defeated. And then one of our great little sequences of you guys in a turn order of who's trying to grab it, who's keeping it from who. Well, I don't want them to have it, but I'm totally cool with them. Like, wait, no, you want them to, no. And so everyone, most importantly, Tingles wanted it. Some of you are like, no, Romuald wanted it for Tatiana. And when Quaylen realized he was like, I don't want Tingles to have it. He's like, wait, you want Tatiana to have it? He's like, no. So as we all know, Quaylen in the last moment was the one who grabbed the last sliver of divinity, himself kind of getting this boost, this power boost of divine energy. So Romuald became boosted, Quaylen became boosted, and also by extension, the rest of you guys got some divine energy to give you some cool feats. And you're like, cool, we could become gods if we want. But before we got very much farther, Elminster showed up, a chosen of Mistra. I was like, so what you gonna do with your divinity? You gonna become a god? And you're like, no, we're not gonna become a god. And Quaylen's like, I didn't even really want this. And like, I'm fine living my life. And we're like, Romuald, you think you're going to slow down and not become a god? And through a lot of RP and discussion and persuasion rolls, you convince Elminster that Romuald does not want to take the next step to divinity, and which the fear for Elminster is if Romuald sins, the power that he gathered was an old version of the weave, literally magic. So if he ascends with that, does he create a new weave? Does that create an echo effect, destroying all the current weave, destroying current magic? There's a fear there of what could happen if he ascended. Romuald was like, yeah, I guess I'm in control of my wants and desires for power. Yeah, I guess so. But through everyone else's convincing, Elminster's like, okay, don't overstep. Be careful. You have a nuclear bomb walking around in you. Please be careful. And he left. Which kind of brings us to where we are now currently, which is still at Mistral's deathbed. You all taking a long rest because after defeating Karsus, the next portal to the next layer of limbo awaits. And thank you guys for letting me do my long our long recap. I also want to get that on video and a recording, right? Like your journey to bring us to this moment. So I'm sorry it took so long, but I think it's great to have that recorded.
Break time. No, I'm just kidding.
We could. I low-key need a like drink of water. So
It's like, all right, guys, that was fun. I'll see you next session.
Mhm.
See you in a month.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
right.
right? Yeah. All right, so you haven't passed through the portal yet. You're currently on whatever ship you want to be on, having your long rest. You're recouping before taking your big next finalish step through the portal to where the phylactery is supposed to be, on a lost layer of limbo. So you guys all clicked long rest. No, but we're still in that moment. So time is fluid. We're here. We're now. This is a moment for people to consider preparations, words with folks about what's happening, what they're getting into. I like to imagine
Go ahead, Nate.
there's a moment, if you guys are okay with an idea of you guys all kind of gathering, right? Again, time is wishy-washy. This might be a little bit closer to you guys finally taking the plunge, but like the Badgers are grouped together. Gary, it's like, her name is Sally. Her name is Sally.
I'd like to think when Quaylen talks, he kind of has this sort of like godlike echo when he speaks.
Oh yeah, yes.
They're like,
Divine Quaylen.
yeah. And he's just like, Gary, what the fuck are you talking about?
The squirrel.
Which one?
You know the squirrel. We've been together for a long time. Me, you, Orkville, Ramio. You all got to witness one of my first loves. Her name was Sally. She liked it rough. I know you've been wondering what her name was this whole time. It's been a couple of years, so.
Mm.
He's referencing the first time you ever met Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those who don't remember.
I
Famously,
remember
yeah.
that scene, yeah. I mean, like, it's such a random statement. Quaylen's like, what the fuck do I say to that?
In that single moment, you defined Gary, and you defined the Inglorious Badgers that became known in the future, later down the road. To be fair, I do think you described this a little bit more sexual assaulting, but I would like to kind of pull that back a little bit and say it was actually just rough love.
There we go. Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry to squirrel. I'm sorry I had to see that, but we were young and in love. What can I say?
Gary, as much as I'm sure everyone loves to hear of your sexcapades, I think we have more pressing matters at hand. I know normally I'm one to join in on such festivities, however, I think for now you should shut the fuck up.
Wait. Quaylen. Please don't change on me because you got like in divinity. You're like all green and stuff now.
He
Your
just holds out
eyebrows.
his hand.
got like-
Silence!
Do you cast silence at him?
I'm sure, yeah.
Do you have the
I can.
Funny enough, I think
well, Quaylen has access to all of his spells,
yeah.
but I
Like
don't
let's
know
see if
that spell-
silence is on the druid spell list.
Let's see. It's not.
Aw.
Do I have anything like it? I mean, I think I have something where I can.
I'm
influence
gonna be a little
animals.
mean here. Do you want to use a spell slot to try and silence him in this moment? Because this is quote unquote, this time as Moshi is happening kind of towards the end after the long rest, before you guys
yeah.
take the plunge.
Let-
If you're willing to do a spell slot, it's just Gary. You can say I spent a spell slot, and you can make him paralyzed
Yeah.
or something.
Would it be like first level spell slot?
Yep. If you're willing to give it up, just
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. First level, boom.
Well, it's saying goes, you're never silent. He just kind of goes rigid.
You like summon a mushroom in his throat or something.
Like a morel mushroom. Just this
Yep.
elongated, bulging.
Or
Everyone
look up a
knows what it is for a moment.
stinkhorn. Google stinkhorn.
Stinkhorn.
Oh god. That would be what Quaylen summons for sure.
Yep. That's the one. Oh god. All different shapes and colors.
Per usual, I'm just using an NPC to get you guys warmed up to RP. So do what you want. It doesn't have to be in this moment. You can step back, declare things.
So something that we missed in the recap is Orkfo has a red dragon egg.
Oh yeah, which we forgot about, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you have a
Yeah.
And Nate's definitely been thinking about what you've been doing with what we're gonna do with that. Yeah, totally.
I don't have any ideas other than just having a
here
baby
you go.
dragon follow me around.
Yep.
You also have a pack of cards that we just never thought about again.
I
To
think
be
we
fair,
pulled one from it.
I think those cards are in Orkfo's possession.
Yeah, someone
Right.
did pull something. Or either got someone to pull it, or they did. Oh, you guys met the crazy dude before Undermountain. Didn't you guys have him pull a card? I think. Bucket.
It was something like that. I can't remember.
I'm pretty sure you got Bucket to pull a card. Which didn't kill him, I don't think. I don't remember what it did, but I don't think it was a negative one. Yeah, you guys just got one. Yep.
What did the cards
You
do
wanna pull?
again? Like, you can.
The deck of many things is a some of the most, they're either good or bad, and they're either really good or they're really bad. Like one of the cards will level you up. Just like you get to level up. Congratulations. Another one is like you're teleported to somewhere that only the DMs know. You're just gone. Probably in another plane of existence. So it's a bit of a crapshoot, of what you're gonna get when you draw from it. It can derail
card.
campaigns essentially. Yeah, wild cards. It's very much it can derail it, complicate things, make things better.
So is that something someone is wanting to pull from right now?
I
Could be
think
fun.
Ramiel Justin's just also going like, oh yeah, by the way, through all of our recap, don't forget,
Yeah.
we have a deck of many things.
Yeah, I mean, Quaylen nor Tingles want to chance that.
Screw it.
You want to pull from the
It's
deck?
for a penny and for a pound.
Are you really going to
Cadmil's
pull from the deck of
willing.
many things right now?
Oh,
Cadmil's willing if everybody else is cool with it.
Tingles is like, do whatever the fuck you want, Cadmil.
I'm just going to throw this out there. I personally don't care if you do this, right? But there is a chance Cadmil is going to disappear and go away, right? I can't promise you. I'm sorry to say this. I cannot promise you I'm going to go, all right, guys, let's stop what we're about to do and go do this let's go rescue Cadmail, right? There's big repercussions for it. And it's not to also push it on you. Like, do you think Cadmail at the crux of his, final, push would do something reckless? I'm not trying to steer you out of it, but just want you to understand the whole implications of what could happen here. Unfortunately,
It's fair. I'm
they're
gonna
very
hold on to
changing.
the idea for
Yeah.
later, because being this reckless this late in the game, no. But maybe afterwards, maybe.
Mhm.
Tingle's like yank a card and throw it at Cadmiel.
He can certainly see what would happen if he did it.
No.
At some point during, go ahead.
Just does anybody want to add any buff spells or anything like that, or not really much orc folk can do, so we're not hitting the magic shop.
Heroes Feast.
Who
I
does
would
that?
like to eat the lunch of Heroes Feast.
Is that a Tingle spell or a Quailen spell? I don't remember. That's a Tingle spell. Yeah, Tingles is not casting that spell. I'll see if Quailen has it. He does not.
Aid.
AIDS?
Mm-hmm.
Quailen has aid, yeah. 3 creatures within range. Each target's hit points max. Minimum and current hit points increased by 5 for the duration. Each target's hit points increased by 5 for each spell slot above level 2. So I'd like to kind of RP that out though. Like Tingle's declining that, not just like casually dismissing it. Like someone asks like, hey, can we get this? I don't want to direct that, but you guys just did that over above table. I think it'd be good to RP that in character.
Yeah.
Well, I do believe that we will be soon going into possibly the most dangerous moment of our lives.
So what else is
I-
new?
True, but with any luck, it might be the last time. And I think I would like to be able to sit down for one final meal with all of you. Not as friends, but as adventurers. And then once this is done, we can sit down as friends, but not adventurers.
Yeah, I could eat.
Cadmail gestures towards he who cast Hero's Feast.
He's like facing away from everyone. Kind of tilts his head and looks back and says, hey, you better find some food.
God damn it, you've ruined the moment. Could we please have one final meal together? As a group of friends about to take on the most powerful lich to have ever existed.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not stopping you from having your meal.
Gary, have you been holding out on us some of that bacon from yesterday?
He's still paralyzed.
I will say, Quaylen actually does have. I was trying to look at it in alphabetical order, and I realized it's in spell slot, spell level order. Quaylen does have Hero's Feast, but we'll continue to RP this out until he's never cast it before. Tingles has only been the one to cast it so far. Yeah, Cadmiel, no one's stopping you from your dinner, man. Like, and you notice Tingles has lost, like, or abandoned kind of the regal voice, that sort of pious, or tone that he used to carry.
Howdy voice. The
Mhm.
haughty voice. I can't say it.
Haughty, yeah.
It wouldn't be a good meal among friends if you would not join us.
I think the key word there, friends, is the part that vexes me. But we all gotta eat. So yeah, someone should get us some food.
All right. Cadmail just disappointingly begins to pull out one of his 2 remaining rations.
Quaylen, at that moment, was kind of just standing and looking up, kind of like out into the void, and looks down and says, "Ingalls, you insignificant fool. I will cast Hero's Feast so that we may break bread and be that much better for it. But you all must pay note to the disposition Tingles has taken here, and not ignore it. There is tension here. There is animosity. And to be blind to it willfully would be a foolish mistake." I will say, Waylon does not have a gem-encrusted bowl, but Tingles.
Well,
Is that a euphemism?
Quaylen is also divinely touched now. If I remember correctly, you no longer require any spell components to cast your spells. I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
shit. Well, if that's the case, yeah, if that's the case, then he'll just cast it.
Yeah, don't forget to look at your divine flame feat. It's been a while. Yeah, you ignore all spell material component requirements. You also
Okay,
can
then.
shape change once a day without concentrating. Remember, you also have that teleportation called World Tree now.
Oh, right. Like I can. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah,
Okay.
no issue for Quaylen and his divine moment. He'd be feeling himself.
Okay. Then, yeah, he uses one of his 6-level spell slots to cast Hero's Feast. This is before the long rest, right? Like we're gonna take a long rest after this, or this
Time is fluid. If you think that,
time slot, spell
if you
slot.
think Quaylen had the spell slots, like, and you can make that judgment call from what you remember. If you think he had a 6th level before, or after that last fight, 100%, you can do it before the long rest. It's more if you remember. If you don't even remember, it's not the end of the world.
I don't. Yeah, I really don't remember. Maybe.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a d20. On a 10 or higher, you have a 6th level slot.
That is a 6.
So you did not. So you'll have to choose if you want to do it after the long rest.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of where the party's at right now. I will cast this at some expense. But know there is division among the party. We must decide how to move forward. And then he just kind of presents out a giant feast in front of everybody.
Oh, that smells delicious.
Indeed, it does.
You mentioning tension amongst the party and such, as you guys are sitting down to partake of the feast. And I apologize, I have a cough drop because I'm got a scratchy voice. Tatiana speaks up. Oh yeah, I guess a fun little note for Tatiana. I think it was Quaylen offered essentially to cure her of her lichdom, right, with his new abilities. And she pretty much said, I want to take you up on your offer, but I'm afraid that will nerf me, like take away my abilities. So like, let's maybe talk about that if we get through this kind of thing. But she speaks up. I think I know the tension you're all feeling. I know that you all know the temptations I have faced. And I wouldn't deny that in my very being, Romeo offering that divinity to me, I wanted it very much. And there's still a Serac to face. I hope you all know that. I will do my best to continue keeping my oath to Quaylen. I am putting aside my ambitions. And when she says that too, she's like looking at Romeo through a lot of all that. Everyone's max HP is up by 7. Well, this will be the most awkward feast I've ever been at. This is a very interesting pie, Quaylen. These are very interesting shaped mushrooms.
Hmm. These shrooms come from my homeland. They grow in dark places, but especially the ones I prefer under my bed.
You got these from underneath your bed.
Well, not these ones specifically, but the ones I like to eat grow under my bed. There's something that gets down there that they like to feed on.
Can I delete my max HP modifier?
Tatiana's like, I think I'm feeling very full at the moment. Thank you so much for the meal.
These
I think we're
mushrooms
immune to
conjured
poison.
out of air.
Say that again, JP.
These shrooms that you're eating now are conjured out of air. They're not from any one place specifically.
Ah, and where do you conjure your magic? I've seen how you heal people and spread your blessings. Just
This
one spellcaster, curious
particular me,
spellcaster to another.
this one particular meal simply erupts from my voice.
Tatiana's going to roll an insight check against that. I need you to roll either persuasion or deception. I don't know if you're lying or not, but okay. She rolled a 13.
And he rolls a 12.
So is he telling the truth? Just
Yeah, he is.
oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Nice. Very good.
Quaylen has sort of taken on this like sense of like nobleness and like kind of above normal desires of the world. Like he's not in need of, he doesn't require the things that normal beings require, just out of a reaction of everything he's experienced. Like he's seen into the universe and has, you know, been to the surfaces of planets and cosmoses and universes and galaxies and all this whatever, and so he's kind of in that moment. So like everything he's doing is just out of a normal place instead of his normal sort of devious
And
state.
all at once, somewhere in the distance, you all hear the thousands and thousands of voices of goats calling out in pain and anguish as the stars have shifted.
Their little slot eyes. Can't trust him.
Quaylen has found religion. Oh no.
What does this mean? He'll probably come back to it. For right now, it's all just like it's all still fresh to him. Like he still can't. He's still very much overwhelmed. If that makes sense.
Hmm. Tatiana leans into Romil. Do you think I've seen your friends angry before? Tingles has been very quiet during this feast. Do you think he's all right?
I don't remember. Was she hadn't come back yet? Tingles had made a rush for her.
Yeah, I don't think she
Oh,
knows,
right.
like, quote unquote, Tingles was denied. I don't think she knows that.
Before we brought you back, Tingles tried to take what was left of Mistral for himself. like I had. But I didn't want anyone else to have it other than you, so. First, Cadmail and Orkfo tried to stop him, and then I tried to stop everybody. Quaylen managed to take it so that no one else would. So things are a little tense.
I must say that as someone who has reached full power over the years in its various forms, yes, being denied it at the very moment that your hand's reaching for it would put me in a sour mood too. And it's understandable. You denied him God, divinity? I've seen him to be a bit of a emotional man. Do you think he'll be good to go? From everything I understand, these last layers of limbo can be very intense.
I don't know. I'm not worried about him.
Very good.
Can you still feel a Sararak here in Limbo?
I can.
And he hasn't moved at all.
As best as direction and movement can be detected, he's deeper. It points me to the portal, and beyond that, it's a little bit of a mystery.
I never know what to expect from him.
From a Serac?
Yes.
I imagine traps, dungeons, the works. That seems to be his style. Though, what that would look like here in Limbo, must say I'm curious to see what's on the other side. A little afraid. How are you doing? I can only imagine what it's like to be standing on the precipice of divinity and gazing over its side, and knowing all you need to do is take a single step. Do you think it's as dangerous as Elminster supposed it is?
I understand why they'd want to worry. But I don't intend on leaving the material plane just yet. I've put so much effort into sticking around here.
She smirks when you say, just yet. Doesn't call to
Besides,
you.
oh, I can feel it. I could feel it calling to me when it was... The other half of it was in front of me. But I didn't want to do it alone.
She kind
I
of
still don't.
She takes a deep sigh. You know how much I need that. How much I wanted that. You were the only person through my whole life. Those Oxys, I think that was your friend's name, was also a friend when we were younger. Quaylen's forgiveness is certainly more than all of that. Of that desire. No one besides you accepted me for who I am. Will you still love me, Romeo, if I do not want to take that step with you?
When we were in Phandalin, I told you I'd love you even if you were a monster.
You did. Though I think the most monstrous thing I could ever do to you is leaving you. Or you having to leave me behind.
I don't understand. Maybe I will. But I know I'll love you. I'll always love you.
She kind of smiles at that.
We still have time. I have time on my side. Almost more than anyone now. And that power that Quaylen has, well, I have time.
Did you hear his offer that he made to me?
No.
Quaylen claims to hold the ability to remove what I've done to myself. Remove the lichdom. Restore me. One hand, I'm very afraid of giving up the power that I have gathered. But I didn't think there was a chance ever for me to be able to take a step back from those sins. But if I cleanse my sins, that would make me mortal again, wouldn't it?
There are other ways to prolong things.
Yes, but we're so fragile, aren't we, mortals? When I was dying and my soul was passing, I saw the river Styx again, taking the souls out into wherever souls go. But there was no place for me there. I've now twice seen only absolution at the end of my, though long-lived life, if I stay this path. I said absolution. I think that means actually, like, I think she meant to say
Opposite of that.
oblivion. Yeah, I think she meant to say oblivion. Damnation. Other ways, though. Other ways.
If we make it through all this, we'll still have time.
My original... Not to change the subjects too abruptly. You knew what my original intentions were, to come here, and hopefully at the end of all of this was a moment to take what part of Serac had. I think I've given that up. Would you take it? No.
If only to understand it. But I don't trust anything that comes from him.
I think there's truth to that statement. Elminster, what he said about like a domino effect conflagration if you took a step forward to godhood, I believe that to be true. Even now, sitting next to you, you're nothing like the magic that is through Orvex, Tingles, or myself. You and Quaylen represent something outside of that. And I feel it pulling at me. I worry, though you may not take the step willingly or consciously, that if you take a Serac's power, that could be enough to create this chain effect, this reaction. I'm afraid, Romeo. I tried to speak to Elminster from my heart. I trust you more than anybody alive, and I put myself in your hands. But I am afraid you don't know when to not take the power as much as I did.
You sound like Mistra. I'll tell you the same. I've always studied responsible uses for dangerous magic. Have I not been responsible?
You have. Perhaps I misread your soul, though. Where you do move your measurements inch by inch, as much as I have. I don't want you to be blinded to the power as much as I was.
I simply don't want to risk ending up like Karsus.
Do you think you can master what he was not able? Or do you think you truly know your limits? Or do you think you're careful enough to go farther than Karsus did?
Karsus was our age when he did what he did. I'd like to take time to understand things more, to understand what I'm capable of. It feels different than the weave. It feels like weights have been lifted, like there are less limits. Than what Mistra offers. But I'm not irresponsible. I won't risk destroying the weave in its entirety. I'd like to take some time, which I was going to do anyways. I know I've told you before, but there are other ways to prolong your life past the mortal means, without sacrificing as much as you would become a lich, or a vampire, or any other less graceful way.
I did take shortcuts. I believe you to be careful and responsible. And perhaps it's not my place to be questioning it. Just promise,
Well,
as you say, you'll be careful. Thank you.
I can promise you I'll be responsible. Perhaps you could promise me something in return.
And what's that?
If it ever did come to a moment that you thought I had lost control, if you believe I'm capable of destroying the weave, then you should be the one to stop me. I think you're the only one who could.
Perhaps you underestimate your friends.
Oh, I have no doubts. Especially now.
I know Elminster tasked them with the same. I promise. Thank you for putting your trust in me.
I know they're capable.
They truly are
But I'd
that.
want it to be you.
perhaps might have some hard time convincing Cadmail to have me have that moment. He would probably think I'm conspiring with you. Well, I hope we make it through whatever's on the other side of this. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being a light in a pile of shit that's been called my life. Well, shall we check in with the others? Breaks free. Unless you had something else to say.
No, I'm sorry. I just had a coughing fit.
Okay. All right. What is everyone else doing in preparation? Any words, any encouragement, any pats on the back, any squeezes on the butt cheeks, a little pat, get going. We got this. Are you guys ready? You all should note that like Tingles is brooding like a motherfucker through like your whole long rest, through the hero's feat, through last preparations.
You all right,
Yeah,
little buddy? No hard feelings and all that?
He shoots a glare at you. No hard feelings. Do you not grasp what you've done?
Possibly saved all of our lives, maybe? I don't know. I honestly can't remember what I did.
You're like, I've saved the world so many times, I can't keep track anymore.
Well, above table. Wait, are you just saying he doesn't remember, or you don't remember because you were falling asleep that night?
Probably.
I don't remember because it's been a month ago or
Pretty late.
whatever.
Yeah.
Both.
So, we defeated the wizard, and the god power was kind of up for grabs, and nobody seemed to care what happened with it, right? And then things was like, well, shit, I'm gonna take it. But he did do it in a way that was like trying to get there before anyone could get there first, maybe before anyone could stop him. But more just like, shit, I want that. And I think he did some kind of teleport, like, I don't know, what's that spell? Anyway, where he can, like, was it Dimension Door? Yeah, I think Dimension Door, where he could basically like step through a door and come out the door like 200 feet away, kind of thing. And both you and Cadmiel noticed, and you both ran to stop him. And somehow the weakest guy in the party was able to
Out grapple,
oh,
right?
yeah, like kind of get out of your grapple and get out of Cadmiel's grapple. But then Ramiel just kind of waved his hand and did hold person on everyone.
Can I ask one clarifying thing about that narrative too? Am I remember correct, Cadmiel? You went to a point where you were like, you were okay with Tatiana having it too. Was that a part of the narrative, or am I imagining that?
No, yeah,
because I think that shocked Quaylen, right?
Yeah, I think that was actually what. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's one of the things that JP had Quaylen say is like, yeah, Quaylen was not gonna be happy if Tingles got it, but wasn't super actively against it. But when he heard Cadmail basically say, yeah, no, she, in shunning the power, has in his eyes earned it, that Quaylen was just at that point like, oh, fuck that.
Yep.
She ain't getting it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I just wanted
yeah,
to
that's
remember that because I feel like that was so unexpected narratively that I just wanted to remember that moment. Like that was a cool moment.
yeah,
Anyways, great
that was
wrinkle.
exactly what happened. Tingles was restrained and squirming and screaming and cussing. Um, and now you guys don't really know what his intentions with it would have been. His intentions would have just been having god level orgies, right?
Does
Like
you,
that's all Tingles wanted. But you didn't know that, and he didn't kind of make it known. He just was like, "I want it." So everyone stopped him, and then Quaylen wanted nothing to do with it. But right, he heard Cadmuel say, "Well, basically, like I'm okay with it going to Tatiana," and he was still under the impression that everyone was totally opposed and would stop Tatiana at all costs if she tried to get it. And so he was like, "No, no, no, this can't happen." And so he was like, "Shit, what do I do? What do I do?" And then he just said, "Fuck it," and he grabbed it, and that's how that all transpired. So,
And Quaylen was
circling,
the only one that saved from the hold person, so it's like
right,
it was
yeah,
him or no one, you know.
right, and Romuald was basically. I don't remember if you actually said this out loud or not, but essentially you had kind of implied that you were saving it for Tatiana,
yeah, he said
Right.
it out loud. He
and
pretty much
that's
was like, "Oh no, she'll come around." Yeah, he like,
right, right,
yeah.
right, right. So Quinn was like, "No, no, no, nope, 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 nope," and grabbed it. So now circling back to what you just said, no hard feelings, and Tingle says, "Do you not grasp what you've done?" Um, we're picking back up at that scene. Do you not
Yep.
do you not grasp what you've done and what I've given up for this party? When I had the ring of wish at my disposal, could have done anything with it, I chose to bring him back. Your Highness, and kind of throws his hands out to the side. I could have used it
Ting-
for anything. I didn't know you people. I had a brother that I'd been trying to get back to. None of you fuckers even asked me who the fuck I was or what I was doing, why I even joined the party, what I was to you guys, if I even cared about you. You just assumed that I was along for the ride and that I was noble. Well, guess what? I chose to be noble. I chose to bring your friend back to support this mission that I have no investment in. And time again, I chose to support the team and put the needs of the team before myself. Sure, there was times where I took advantage of opportunities to elevate my status in this world because I'm barely from this plane. But who wouldn't? Who wouldn't want to have a better life? But during our battles and during our quests, I would save expensive spells for you, Orcfo, instead of using the spell that would give me what I want for me. Why? Because I put you guys first. And what did that get me? What did any of that get me? Why did I even fucking come along with you guys? And here you are, no hard feelings.
I was just trying to keep you safe, man.
Keep me safe.
Yeah,
You
that
didn't
whatever
care
that thing
who
is
got
dangerous.
that. Really? Look at Quaylen. Look what the fuck he's going through. Hmm?
Yeah.
Is he dying right now? Trying to keep me safe. You didn't want me to have it.
I just
You didn't
didn't
care.
want
You didn't.
Tatiana to have it.
Right. Am I Tatiana? No. No, I'm not. None of you cared what happened to it until I said I wanted it. And then you all stepped in, every single one of you, and points Cadmil, Orcfo, Romuald, Quaylen. She gave up the idea And you, Cadmiel, you so quickly just flip-flopped. Oh, Tatiana, if you go anywhere near it, you will meet the end of my sword. What good is your word if it's shit? That the moment that she somehow redeems herself, you're like, never mind, you can have it. You don't even know if you can trust that woman. She's killed one of your own. Don't you think it could possibly be within her own self to make you believe that she doesn't want it, but in the end wants it, and that's the whole game? Don't con a con man. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. You guys have never really accepted me as one of your own. Not really, no. Fuck every one of you.
Chill, bro. I just don't think even we still don't understand what that thing even is. I don't think Quaylen understands what it is.
Does
Ask
it
him.
matter though? Does it matter? I wanted it.
Fucking with godly power, yeah, that kind of matters.
Uh-huh. And who was it going to go to if not me? Ramiel, who was it going to go to?
Do you feel like you've
Hopefully
been
nobody.
ill-rewarded?
Sorry, what's that, Ramiel? Orkfo won't shut the fuck up for a moment.
Do you think you've been ill-rewarded?
Do I think I've been ill rewarded? Ramiel, you have godlike power. You have no say in this conversation. There's too much bias over on that side of the ship. And who made it possible for you? Yeah, that's a good point, Nate. Who made it possible for you to even receive that godlike power? I said, oh, here's an opportunity to make the rest of this mission much easier than it could have been. Putting what? Once again? Whose needs first? Yours or mine? Once again. I see how this party really thinks of me. At the end of the day, no matter what I do, there's nothing I could have done to be accepted as one of the Inglorious Badgers. What a fucking name. Everything I've sacrificed, all for naught. All of you so lofty, looking down on me. Like, oh, nobody should want this power. Why the fuck not? Romuel wanted it. You guys just let him have it. That guy's been shifty ever since I've met him. He wanted it for Tatiana, for the love of his life. You don't think for 1 second the opportunity comes again, he might just put his needs over yours and his wants and desires over yours? Maybe he did before, but who's to say he won't again? And Cadmiel, Your Highness, King Cadmiel, took the Ring of Wishes, could have used it for anything and brought you back to life when I could have just left you fucking rot. And according to what I've reaped for these things that I've done for you, I should have.
You done, bro?
Sure. Yeah. I'm done. The fuck else is there to say?
Tingles, you're a lord. You're married.
Oh,
What were you planning to do with the
comes the
power, even
god.
if you had it?
Here comes the god, everyone. Telling me to be grateful. I have a severe distaste for every single one of you. I don't think this palate will ever be cleaned. And Orvex, what the fuck are you looking at? I don't even remember why you're here.
I've been documenting everything, and it's all for a very curious bit of interaction we got going on here. I must say, Lord Tingles, I don't know you very well, but
Well, apparently it wouldn't matter how well you knew me.
I must say I do agree with you all that I was a bit surprised that when King Cadmail thought that Tatiana was worthy of it. I mean, I know your obsession, yeah, but
Someone with sense? My apologies, Orvex, and he bows to him. I seem to have misjudged you.
I'll be able to say I do trust in their intents there, and I think they're all honest men and women with good hearts and just wanted the best for you. But you know, I'm just going to stay back here though.
Well, what the fuck else am I gonna do? Should we carry on? Move towards the final mission so I can be rid of you fuckers? Except for you, Your Highness. I'm in your kingdom. You shan't be rid of me that easy. I'll serve you, my lord. With all my riches and glory, and pay your taxes and render under Cadmil. What is Cadmil's? Because you fucking take it anyway, don't you? If you don't want me to have it, I don't get to have it. Isn't that right?
Above table, I do love the render under Cadmail, that which is Cadmails and all that stuff.
That's a
When
good line.
after the Ashardalon adventure, Cadmail was pretty explicitly like, yeah, no, all of my share is going to rebuilding the kingdom from the damage that happened during the war and investing it in all. It's like,
You could argue that in RP if you wanted. No pressure, but it's a good point.
Yeah, Tangles is just venting. Please, no. This is hard for
Lord,
me to be so mean
Tingles.
to you guys because you guys are all great. This is all Tingles.
Lord, Tingles. Oh, render unto Cadmail that which is Cadmail's, and all this self-righteous bullshit that you're spouting. You forget that after the Ashardalon thing, for which I gave you as good a noble ability as I could, without causing potentially even more unrest in a time that was already very difficult, I gave my share, everything that was there, to try and help the people that had been most devastated by the civil war that was ongoing. And yes, you are perfectly fair to be frustrated and mad at all of us, except for Orvex. After all, Orvex was just there. And I apologize.
Well, thank you for your permission, sire, that I'm allowed to be frustrated. And thank you so much for such a rich, wealthy man donating his newly earned riches towards his own kingdom.
You are aware that because the kingdom has money does not mean that I personally touch that money for my own good, correct?
Oh, coming from a person who's been a prince his whole life, not from someone who's was ever a peasant or peddling around in the dirt and mud or dealing for his next meal or watching his brother's back while he went to go see what he could find for us. No, 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 no. Oh, that money is not at your disposal. There's no privilege. There's no there's no ability to just have what you want. You had to scavenge around like the rest of us, didn't you, Cadmel? You know that. You know what that's all about. You weren't born with a silver spoon.
No, I was born with a
Hmm.
sword in my hand and told my entire life that would the time come during my lifetime, I was destined to die to keep a
Oh,
demigod of a dragon sealed for the good of not just the kingdom, but the rest of the world.
right, right. Here come the daddy issues to the orphan. Oh, you didn't know I was an orphan at such a young age. You had no clue because none of you fucking asked. This is not becoming of a lord, is it?
Yeah, we got a job to do, or is this gonna be a problem?
No.
Because I mean, you could just take your little ship and ship
Mm.
fuckery on the way back all the way to wherever.
Again, with the permissions. I'm allowed to do that, am I? No, no, this won't be a problem. I I apologize for my outburst. That that was a lapse in judgment and a moment of lowly misery that you all should not have had to see or endure. I won't make mention of it again. Thank you for your patience and allowing yourselves to be a punching bag for a moment while I got it all out of me. That was very foolish and childish of me.
Oh my god, are you finally done? Sorry. Sorry. That was a lot.
Yeah, that's it. And I am at your disposal. Let's defeat Serac, rid the world of him and his treachery, everything that he is, and let's just go back to our lives that we have earned. He walks up to the table, takes like a chicken leg, starts eating it, kind of looks up, smiles at everyone, turns around, walks away, and goes below ship, like below deck.
I would like to call out before he gets below deck.
Mhm.
Lord Tingles, to be honest, I'm obviously not very happy that it has come to this level of stress, but if anything, I'm just disappointed in myself, most of all, for not taking the time to understand your positions as well. For more than a year, you've been fighting by my side to see my goals forward, and you're right. I haven't shared the same to you.
Your Highness, you owe no apology. I could have spoke up if I wanted to, right? I could have also asked questions. So, hey, let bygones be bygones. Let me simmer down and let the festering dissipate, and I'll be right back at your side.
Just
He
remember,
kind of
please,
winks at him.
on the battlefield, no title matters more than the blood we spill together.
He nods, and he's gonna walk down the stairs unless anyone else is gonna say something to him. Walks downstairs.
Oh my god! Oh my god, that was so painful! Oh god! Oh god! Oh,
I thought we were gonna have to sedate him.
oh my god. I knew Tingles was full of himself, but mother of God. Tingles would make a terrible god. You ever like look at Tingles and you feel like when we're in Cormier, Catmail, I swear to gosh, sometimes even the way he looked at your father, I was like, does Tingles want to kill your daddy? It was weird. I don't trust Tingles. I think you all made the right choices. And you know how sometimes he's just like, hey Tingles, we need somebody like to be resurrected. He's like, oh, you need my help. You guys made the right choice.
I'm not so sure. I know I can trust you all with my life. Or, at this point, my lives, because Bahamut knows I've had more than my fair share. Tingles has proven to be very, very reliable. He may ponder or pretend to do so of, oh, I could do this, I could wish for that. But when the time came, he always did make the decision that benefited us all the most, even at his own cost.
You know, he never paid for our medication costs when we got all those STCs from his little party. That was pretty selfish of him.
Wait, he didn't.
You
No,
didn't receive the Greater Restoration, and you've been
You're not here,
around us
Tingles!
this whole time?
He hired
It's a curse, it's
cleric
not
at
certain.
every one of the. He hired a cleric at every one of those parties to cast Greater Restoration on every patron.
Oh, really?
Did you? Yes, I was at one of those parties. And
Oh.
he and I did have a discussion beforehand, and he assured me that he did everything above the books. And when I was at one of those parties, that was how it was done. Kind of surprised him a bit, I believe, that I would show up. But
Not that I'm jealous or
the body
anything, but
painting
what
was
was
a very
his...
nice
Oh, yeah, tell me more.
time.
I don't really care what kind of parties he does, but, you know, if you want to tell me how the party was like, what kind of freaky shit people are getting into. I'm here. You guys never really talk about it too much, but I wouldn't mind it. Orkfar just kind of turned around and came back. He was just like, oh, no, I don't want to go in there. And I was like, oh, man, come on, Orkfar, tell me what's going on.
Not my bag, baby.
I'm surprised at the variety of materials used in those paints.
I
It's almost as
understand.
if some were designed to stain the skin.
What was that, Romeo?
I understand why he's upset. I understand why he would want this. I feel incredible right now.
Gives Ramil a bit of a side eye. Like,
Well, just so you know, JP, I'm assuming Tingles is below deck right now.
yeah, I said Quaylen. I
Oh,
meant to say
Quaylen. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
Quaylen's been talking this whole time. I might have accidentally said Tingles, but it's been Quaylen after Tingles left.
Okay.
I still think it's dangerous.
And yet, there is another power that we will soon encounter. One that is not up for grabs until we kill the one who holds it.
Tips?
No.
Oh, come on, King Campbell. Come on, buddy. This might surprise all of you to hear, but I don't think any of you shall take whatever lies at the end of this road with the Sarak. Especially you, Quaylen or Romeo. Maybe Tingles could, if he wants power so badly.
I find it difficult to believe he truly wants the power.
Are you...
Hard for me to explain. Tingles has always been one to live in the moment more than grand plans for the future. At least as far as I'm aware. Then again, I wasn't aware of his brother or his orphanage.
I kept track of you all, obviously, learned your stories, used it. How long did it take Tingles to gain his title? As far as I understand, he's been a quick mover in your kingdom, King Cadwell. I'm not saying that he craves the power, but he does seem to have an ability to gather around him.
It did take him less than a year to go from a knight, I believe.
Do you think he's doing that for fun in the moment, or do you think he enjoys the power?
I think he does it because he enjoys having friends. And the more he surrounds himself with people who call him his friend, the better he feels. His parties gradually got larger and larger, but I never saw him amass riches or powerful magic items or anything like that. It was orgy after orgy, almost non-stop.
So he gathers power to indulge his base desires, then. I'll,
Maybe.
he's a very powerful spellcaster, and there's always been a bit of a haughtiness to him. Has he ever held that over your head? From his steeple, from his tower of power?
Before a few minutes ago, I don't believe so. He has used his lordship for fun, but he's never, pardon the pun, lorded it over me.
I think it's difficult for us to speculate. What I have observed, Tingles, and what I sense within him is an opportunist. Someone who has come from nothing and no longer wants to think about whether or not he'll have his next meal. But I sense that something has changed within him. The Tingles that wanted the power a few mere moments ago is not the Tingles that wants the power now. I think we should tread lightly. And godhood is not something we should be so casual with. I only took it as a means to conclusively stop her from getting it. Back to Tatiana. I know she may have changed from my grace and mercy. But once you know someone is capable of something, if there's a 1% chance that they could do harm, you have to take it as an absolute certainty. And right now, I believe the threat of Tingles scorned is an absolute certainty.
There are two people in your group, besides Quaylen, whose instincts and morals and ethics and honor, who like to see clearly what is right or wrong, not being Cadmel and Orkfell. If it's true that the two of you stopped Tingles, sounds like Orkfell you did it to protect himself from it. I assume you would have grabbed Quaylen also if you had the opportunity to?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Heartbeat. Hell, I'd have stopped Romeo from getting it if I could have.
So, Cadmel, do you think there's something inside of you that feared what Tingles would do with that power? Why do you think you stopped him?
I don't think it was a fear of Tingles. I told you that should you continue to chase power, that if you did so to our detriment, I would do everything in my power to slay you there and then. So to see you, who has spent I don't know how long chasing power, ever inching closer to a godhood formed by evil acts, to willingly turn down that godlike power. I believe that was a redemption in my eyes. And I think above all else, I let the desire for a good act to be rewarded blind myself to my own to other allies. It was not that I feared what Tingles would do, but that I think you finally let the good in your heart shine, and that I wanted to make sure that I don't know. I think I wanted to reward that. It's very rare that those who chase power deserve it. Even rarer for those who have great power to simply stop.
She like is definitely. I'm imagining this is the first time she's heard it very clearly said that Cadmiel was like, "Oh yeah, I wanted to give it to you," after like the Tingles, and he like maybe Tingles was just being like angry and just like saying whatever. Well, I must say that's unexpected perspective of me, and I thank you for seeing me
I
for
would
who I
like
am.
to. And to speak on a point that Tingles brought up, I've known you to be secretive, but I've never known you to be deceitful. You've always held your cards close to your chest, but you've never lied that I'm aware of, only kept the truth.
If you like
It
that
would be
distinction, but I do know my sin is to have put you all into this situation with the Serac.
it would not be like to have, in that case, lied and said that you didn't want the power when you truly did. If anything, I believe you would have simply not done anything. So to see you actively shun that power told me that finally you could be trusted with it.
I like to think that what I do keep, or I think the impression or the feeling you're gathering from me is that I am unabashedly who I am. My thirst for power. And I don't say that I am one of the most deceitful people you've ever met. I use people. I used some of these badges. Maybe not at the beginning. But I wanted what they were trying to destroy. And I hoped to use them. But they denied me. I deceive many people, Your Highness. Maybe that will change now that I've hold on to this forgiveness. I find that to be a little bit more intoxicating than power itself at this moment. It's a very interesting shift of my emotions. I want to say, though, you speak of being cautioned by those who chase power. The little bit that I know of your Lord Tingles is that he fits that criteria, whether for good or ill, of why he chases that power. From one who knows, he lusts for it, for good or ill. I lusted for it for good or ill. I'm just cautioning around him if it comes to the end. I caution all of us through any temptation. Except for Okfo, maybe. And Quaylen. Your Lord Tingles has a way with words. Perhaps you did see him for who he was, and he has convinced you otherwise.
I am in a rare position. Not to say that I would trust him with my life, that I did. And when he had the near unlimited power to warp reality as he saw fit, he did so for my benefit, bring me back to life. Lord Tingles may chase power, but I believe I can say that he is one of those I would trust with it, to use it for good. And maybe his own satisfaction, but
You are
not to harm
confident
others.
that he's not just using you? Don't want to cast doubt on your friend. He's very persuasive. Are you a means to an end? Are you there for convenience? Only you all know that moment that he brought you back. Did he do it because he wanted to? Or because that he would be in a better position? And that you would be ingratiated to him?
Maybe this is where core beliefs might be at an impasse. I believe he's fought by my side for over a year. He's brought me back from not just death, but an eternity in the kingdom of Bahamut. He has been by my side the year from then until our family's kidnapping, and from then till now. This entire time, he may have been out for self-satisfaction. He has always done right when it mattered. I don't believe that I could rule my kingdom or be as good a friend to you all as I can be, as he gestures out to everybody on the deck. If I lived every day wondering if those who saved my life did it for selfish purposes. Is it possible that Lord Tingles did so to ingratiate himself with me, and to gain political power? Sure. But if I worry about that, then I'll always be looking over my shoulder.
I'm glad you have a strong ally in your fights that you've had and will have. has yet to convince me, though, if he truly loves you all. Or if he's using you. Perhaps time will tell.
And that time that will tell is fast approaching.
It is. Quaylen, thank you for the feast. Shall we board our ships and prepare to embark into the lost layers? Deeper into limbo than anyone has ever ventured.
Well, what can we expect down there?
I honestly do not know. Except that I'm sure he chose it for a reason. Serac is no fool. And this is what he chose in all of the multiverse. And all the planes. He must have a good reason to be down there.
Cadmail stands up, does the, stretch. Well, Orvex,
Yes.
how will it feel to be the first one to truly document that layer of limbo? Not just of our kingdom, but of anyone other than the Lich himself who inhabits it.
I must say that I've been I've been an expert on Chort for a very long time. Chort, it's ancient history. This journey has sparked a beautiful new change of direction for me, though. The planes and the multiversal traversing of it. I didn't even imagine such a world existed. I'm very excited, Your Highness. Is anybody else awkward being on Lord Tingle's ship? I'm going to go over to the maybe the chariot or such.
Yes, I'm going
I'm
to
just
return to the chariot myself.
I'm going to fly that way. Tatiana joins also. Does anybody stay on the ship fuckery after Tingle's outburst?
Guess maybe at least one person should. Just that way, not everyone is on one ship, you know?
Well, I mean,
We have 3.
Yeah, Bombard's kind of hiding down here. I can pull it for you.
Yeah.
Which I think.
where's Orkfo now?
Yeah, I'll do it. It's like
Oh, yeah, there he is. He just doesn't have a name tag. So I think
Orkfo would be
would
on the Bombard.
Yeah.
Shoop. Romil, Quaylen, where do you want to end up?
Well, one of us should be on the Bombard and the other one should be on the ship fuckery.
Quaylen and Romil going to do rock, paper, scissors over it.
It's funny. We actually did this the first time we were heading out on. It was the exact same situation. We were like, all right, well, who's going to be with Tingles?
Tingles hears this down from underneath. It's just like you hear Romil and Quaylen like whispers, like, I don't want to stay. Well, I don't want to stay over here. What can I go?
It's like I can't imagine why he like feels left out of the group.
Who's it gonna be?
Quaylen offers to stay.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So your ships prepare, and you face the portal to the last lower layers of limbo. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Tingles?
Already done Heroes Feast.
And
I'd
that was
kinda
just
like-
before the long rest, right?
Ended up being after.
Or after.
Well, yep.
Okay. Well, that still works.
I'd kind of like to use Wish to do a simulacrum, but I feel like I think I should wait.
What does a simulacrum do again?
It's like a copy of your character, essentially.
Oh yeah, this is the one that would mean that if you did that, we would have 2 Romules,
Yes.
Mhm.
each of able to cast spells.
I think I've said this to y'all before, but I think Justin knows this. But just I don't like the whole I cast a simulacrum and he can do a life level spell too. So I cast it. He's reborn or he's made with up to your 8th level spells, not 9th level.
Yeah. The spell also says, like, if you cast this spell again, any duplicates created are instantly destroyed.
Oh, does it?
Mhm.
Huh. I know. Maybe they errated that. I wonder if they did that. Because I just remember discussions of people like, I can just do as many simulacrums as I want. Wizards are
Yeah.
broken. I'm like, I don't think that's the intent of that.
Yeah, I've seen people say that before, but every time I've read the description, it's always had the if you cast a spell again, the duplicates are destroyed.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Maybe I'm wrong.
technically it'd be the duplicate casting it, right? That's like the discussion.
Oh, is it?
I don't remember what the argument
Yeah.
was. Maybe it's because I can cast Wish in these scenarios.
I
so they're
feel
Yeah.
there's a legal term called like the color of the law.
like,
It's like, I feel like
yeah.
the understanding was you could only have one.
Yeah. It's not that important. People argue against that, and I'm just like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think whether or not you can do that as rules written, that's not the intention of it.
Yeah.
Simulacrum
I
is
mean,
really
having
cool already. Yep.
a single copy is a whole lot on its own.
So you're gonna use a 9th level spell to cast Simulacrum?
I think I'll hold on to it for now.
Okay. Not to keep putting the focus on Tingles.
Mm-hmm.
This is your moment to pull the paracord if you're gonna do it.
Oh.
If you're still, I don't know where your brain space is after RP.
No. Yeah. Hold on. 1 sec. Nate, I texted you in case you don't have your phone. Okay. All right. Do I say what I'm doing out loud, Nate?
I think so. This is an important moment.
Okay.
So pull us into Tingles and
Yes.
what's going on.
So Tingles is down below. He's been pacing and pacing and pacing. He's fuming. Just kind of cursing every person's name and what they've done to him. And he casts Wish to essentially become, I'll say it like this, Nate, and you tell me if this works. But a god more powerful than Quaylen or Romuel, I guess, would be the way he's saying it, if that makes sense.
So your RP's been great. So let's pull into what Tingles is feeling in this moment. The frustration, the build up, the denial, and just watching Quaylen and Romuald walk around with something that could have been his, and that denying, and there's that feeling of misplacement. So do you think it's coming from that place of anger and like, well, I have the power of a god. I can shape reality the way I want to. And what we could say above table as a reckless moment, because we know how dangerous Wish could be, he gives in to his frustration and says to himself, I wish to be a god, more powerful than Quaylen and Romuald.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly it. The way I look at it is that as far as he was with the team, there was this sort of sense of like realization that not everyone on the team vibes the way he vibes, but always the idea that he is there to help. He is an opportunist, so he will kind of, whenever there's an opportunity to grab some extra power or influence, he will. But he's kind of over time grown fond of the party, we'll say, and thought he was kind of being part of the group and being accepted. But after this, there was just a snap in him, and he realized that he was just, or in his mind, he perceived as though he was utterly alone, that he was never really part of this group, and that he just feels like not betrayed, because betrayed would have to be the people liked you first and cared about you first, and he doesn't perceive that they liked or cared about him. He just feels used.
And similarly, in this,
silly for that,
because there is a kind of like an above table sense of recklessness, right, to him initially, even jumping to grab it, and that same instinct of Tingles, that recklessness, that feeling, that rush of grabbing power, no matter how much it might cut or hurt, but that desire and need to add it to your arsenal builds up with the rage and the anger. I would like you to say the words as Tingles for us.
Fucking Inglorious Badgers. They never cared about me. I was just used by them. Could I be so foolish to let myself open up to them like that? That was mine. After everything I've done for them, it was mine. None of them wanted it. None of them cared until I reached for it. And they said, anyone but you, Tingles, anyone but you. Yeah, well. Yeah. Guess what, fuckers? Ugh. I wish to be a god more powerful than Quaylen and more powerful than Romuald.
And you tap into the power of wish. You've used it once to bring Cadmiel back from certain death. Now you use it to touch, and with wish you feel the fabric of the universe, the weave itself, everything, and you have mastery in this moment. But it is dangerous. And you pluck that string like an instrument. All of you hear the reverberation of Tingle's wish spell, like a lute being plucked, powerful and loud, and you all feel the energy and the magic as from the depths of the ship fuckery, as you all are turning and maneuvering, facing the portal down to where Sirac's lair is. That power flashing. Tingles, nothing's happened. Then you feel it. You feel the power. It's coming to you. This is your due. And as the fabric of the universe latches on to the closest power to turn him into a god, from the portal itself, you all hear a scream and a yell in your minds. What is this? What is this? What is happening? And a force and something's being pulled from the portal, this essence. Not magic, not real, you don't know what it is, but you all do recognize a voice you've heard numerous times now of a Sararak. It is pulled quickly to this power, this fluctuation that is happening in the base, in the decks, in the hold of the ship fuckery. And you hear a voice call out, "Who are you?" And you hear Sararak screaming, "I will not let it go." And there's screams from Tingles and from a Sararak, as Tingles' power is now blown in exponentially new directions. You're seeing possibilities. It's so beautiful. But unfortunately for Tingles, it latched on to a power that comes with its own limitations and rules. Just as Romuald has looked at divinity and seen that there's hidden rules to it. You fuse your consciousness with a Sararak in his power, but you're now bound by his same rules, elevating you both, but still bound. And as the swirling whirlwind gale winds coming out of the portal, quickly as it comes out, is sucked back into the portal. What is the last thing they hear from Tingles as he's pulled through? If anything at all.
What the fuck?
And that's the last you hear is Tingles. But you all sense it. You're all in tune to power and might as you watch as he fuses with a Sararak and is pulled through the portal. And is gone.
What the fuck just happened?
Full speed into that portal. Cadmail gives the command for the Chariot of the Purple Dragon. No hesitation. No waiting.
Yeah, sorry, my son came up to the door. I had to talk to him for a second.
Giant bombard is like lumbering to follow. Or if I'm getting too old for this shit.
Oh, thank Bahamut, you're here, Tingle. Where did Tingles go?
You see a statue there in this room with you. Looks very much like Tingles, but also a strange human man that you don't recognize. Parts fused together. Welcome to the lost levels of Limbo, and to be very clear about it, you're about to dungeon crawl through the consciousness of a fusion of Tingles and a Serac. It's going to be very weird. It's going to be very strange. It is 10:30. We can begin that, or if you want to leave it in this moment, you can. It's going to be your choices. Who would
Given
like?
the level of combat we're gonna begin soon, I think 25 minutes, we may not even get through one round.
It's more or less if you want to start poking around.
I do want to poke.
I can tell you this. You're not going to break right into combat, so don't be afraid of that. So it's more or less you have the energy to start poking around and getting a sense of this chaos and confusion around you.
Actually reminds
I'm
me.
gonna
I
move
need
over
to-
and high five the statue that's holding his hand out for a high five.
Before you, the statue right in the image is that what it is, right? Tingles. What do you think a statue? Again, there's a Serac is influenced in this, but what would a statue of Tingles look like in a place like this? In this moment. If you're with us, JP. I'm assuming JP's maybe been called away by the kiddos.
Sorry,
Oh, nope.
I think everyone else went to sleep, and my son's still awake, so
Mhm.
can't ask me a question. What did everyone just say?
Orkvo has approached the statue here that looks like a fusion of Tingles and some strange human man you never met. And Orkvo wanted to give a high five, but I was curious what pose, what mood, what expressions are on this essentially a statue of Tingles inside of his consciousness. Like, what does Orkvo see as he approaches to perhaps give a high five?
Let's. I would. Let me see if I can describe this. I would say, like, from a distance, it looks like Tingles, like normal Tingles, like hands out, happy, jolly. But then, like, as you get closer, it's almost like you can't really tell at what distance it's sort of shifted to this very sort of terrifying, uh, sort of gargoyle-ish shadow. But it just sort of like you would have missed it walking forward, and then all of a sudden your eyes come into focus, and you just see something that's no longer Tingles. And if there's anything that could be terrifying to the person who's looking at it, it would be that, we'll say.
You can still
And
give him
it's
a high
very hard
five,
to
Orkvo, but I just
describe.
figured it would be worth knowing the state of the statue as you get closer to
Totally.
it.
Like, could it be that it like they, I don't know if we need to go this far, but could it be that if they do interact with it, they have to roll to see if they take on the status of fear? Does Hero Speech?
I have stuff. This is a dungeon with all sorts of fun, strange little
That's fine.
mechanics.
Yeah.
I will be poking your brain for like weird little tingle thoughts and what they might see as they navigate his consciousness.
Okay, fair enough.
And I will say, this is a proper dungeon. There's secrets, there's traps, there's the whole 9 yards, though it's going to look a little different from any traditional dungeon. So you walk up to the statue.
We're walking. We're
Yeah,
not flying, right?
You're not flying. You're definitely rooted to the ground like there is gravity. So you need a natural or you need a fly speed to fly in this space.
Gotcha.
And you do see like the ground. It's very strange. just to keep it simple, you're kind of walking around the impression of a dungeon, right? Serac, his own minds and thoughts, would be obsessed and thinking about them. He designs dungeons. And so you can see it kind of represented in the map where like brick kind of like just is formed out of some sort of strange organic and astral something out in the distance. And like the walls come up, but the walls are broken and fragments, like you can see beyond them. And vision is intentionally minimal, even beyond anybody's normal dark vision ranges. This is not just a normal darkness. You're walking through someone's consciousness. As you step, the idea is that's kind of like that stuff's forming as you move through. So kind of beyond your vision of the moment, perhaps there's nothing actually there. And I'll say like essentially, it's all going to operate like a normal dungeon, right? Where we would imagine, though, you know, the walls and then there's cave or underground stuff, just solid whatever. There's this weird organic lake surrounding it. What would you guys like to do? I guess let me. Sorry, there's so much stuff in this space. You obviously see the statue. Behind you, you see these stained glass windows kind of just rising up. Again, it's almost like it's being formed up out of the ground, like something growing, but then it turns into something that seems very like a stained glass window. It looks very solid. But there's like little images in them depicting different scenes. It's getting kind of late, so I'm not going to keep bugging JP, but you see like maybe one of them has a picture of what looks like a resemblance of Tingles. Another one perhaps looks like a man, a human. They're all just kind of these different little images. They're just kind of freestanding in the space like they grew up out of the ground. What would you like
Anything
to do?
happen when I touch the statue?
Not necessarily. I don't think anything obviously happens when you touch it.
So I'll take a look at. I sneeze. The
Yeah.
stained glass up here.
Yeah, you get a little closer to it, and you just see like Tingle standing on a stage with. I'm just leaning to the bard stuff. You can correct me, JP. Don't feel like it's. If I ever say something about Tingles that doesn't feel correct, feel free. Like, I think I would change
that's
that.
fine.
I mean, he's just like with a instrument in front of a crowd on a stage. Not that he did a lot of performing that way, but still like him getting the admiration, right, from these people.
Mhm.
This isn't supposed to be here. I'll smash it.
You take your axe out and you slam through it, and the axe goes through it, and it kind of ripples like it's a portal or something. And he goes through like almost no resistance, and you pull it back.
Anybody see that? This ain't glass.
This is. What is this place? Cadmail, not understanding what's going on, flies up, I don't know, 10, 15 feet just to see if he can see any further, which I imagine no.
You begin to fly 10, 15. As soon as you hit the 15 feet mark, there's again above you, all you see are those kind of like white orbs of different sizes and like the lightning. The farther you kind of push up, you begin to feel pain in your mind. You continue pushing, but you do not see like going higher does not give you a better vision horizontally around like the quote unquote ground.
Does he notice that it not affecting the vision of what he could already see? Like, it's not as if getting further away
Yeah,
shrinks
from
the area that you
from
see.
behind, if you look down, it still exists. Yeah, 1%. It doesn't seem to be changing what you've already stepped upon.
He returns to the ground. I'm used to darkness hiding things past a certain point, but while I know I didn't get very far away, I expected some of distant area to be harder to see, but no. It seems it's lit, and that's just how it is. It's hard to describe.
This is very odd. Is it safe to walk around? And Tatiana kind of just edges out a little bit, walking. She just like moves down a little bit. She comes to a little T section.
Quaylen, we should keep an eye on her.
Not so sure it's the one we need to worry about. I'm afraid what we all may have inadvertently created. I think this was inevitable. I don't think there was any way around this. There is great evil in this place. We need to stick together and keep watch of each other. Something's not right here.
Orkvo, will you roll an insight check for me?
Aye. Natural one.
Okay. Continue.
I got a great idea what's going on. Are these also are these stained glass windows, or are these just like wall panels?
Walls. Yeah, wall panels.
Okay.
Like it's a half-formed
So basically,
dungeon.
these fancy schmancy looking ones are the stained glass.
I'm tempted to stick my head through one of those just to, Orkfo doing Orkfo things.
Does anyone have a spyglass? Instead of like shoving our own self through, we can kind of peek a spyglass through.
If I have 10
Quaylen does have a
minutes, I can-
spyglass. No,
Oh,
Quaylen has one. I forget where he got it, but he has one. It says, can we say like you were moving towards it and Quaylen stopped you? Is that fair to say, or no?
Yeah, it's fair to me.
I like that. I'm fine with
Okay.
that.
Orkfo, don't do that again.
Orfo, stop. Please. Just use this. There seemed not to be any sort of disturbance from an inanimate object passing through it. I think it'd be best if we stuck to what we know. And he hands you the spyglass.
Don't be reckless, but you're still going to do it. Very wise of Quaylen.
I'm not doing it.
Do you go to the stained glass and try and use the
might as well
spyglass on it?
do this one. Yep.
You like stick it through and you look through, and indeed you can see something. It doesn't look like what would be on the other side of the stained glass. you see a room. This one much more well defined than anything you're standing around. Smaller room, and you have to like move. Like there's nothing on the ground, and then you like kind of like are like you're getting. You guys just see Orkvo. He's literally got holding the spyglass, and the other end's disappearing, and the stained glass is kind of rippling, and he kind of moves it up, and it ripples. And you look up, and whatever's in this room, there are bookshelves, and what looks like maybe an office or a desk or something, but they're all floating and up in the air.
Any sort of resemblance to when we encountered Withers in the other dungeon?
I like that. Yep, 100%.
Cool.
Sorry, what was that orc fell? Like what did we see?
Well, like I'll tell you what I saw, like the room with the floating stuff, and like it just struck me as like being similar to when we were in Tomb of Annihilation and we encountered Withers.
Like it's like this. I don't remember what that room was like, but
Right.
I'm not gonna be able to express all that in the map design. But a lot of what you'll come across, or some of the things, will have echoes of a Sararak's,
Yeah.
in his portion of things, right? His design. So I like the idea of it looking like something you would have seen in the Tomb of Nine Gods with books and scrolls on these bookshelves floating up in the air. So yeah, I definitely think it would give you a similar vibe for sure.
I'll relay all that and say, you think we should check it out? I mean, it seems more real than this place.
I think that might be not a great idea. We're in the deepest layer of limbo ever known. Don't think. I think at this point it would just be. If it's weird, then we're in the right spot.
Could hold the key to something, I'm just saying.
We haven't found a lock that would need the key. I think it might be better for us to get an idea of this space first before we start figuring out others.
Okay, I'm older and wiser. You talk some sense into me. I'm halfway tempted to
Are
jump
there
in.
Orkfo's
Are
arc.
there-
His
Quaylen
character
just
arc.
rests a hand on his shoulder. Must be
Okay.
and not act rash.
Okay.
What's up, Romuald?
Are there other stained glass windows?
Yeah, they're kind of hard to tell between all of them, but these little ones have a little bit of color to them. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and Orkfo's been messing with this one in the middle. They're kind of centered. Do you want to do anything with the information, Romuald, or are you just filing that away?
No. What did this one look like?
Let's say the one that Orkfo looked like was a performance. This one is a depiction of the man in robes, deep in study. It's like someone he's like with like a feathered quill writing, and there's like a desk and a whole bunch of books and such on it.
What the heck? I'll look in the spyglass with that one too.
All right, you go up to it and stick the spyglass up to it, and clink! Ow! You accidentally poke yourself in the eye because it's solid and made out of glass. You kind of chip it a little bit. You probably did smart a
I'll
little bit,
check out-
actually. It's like you're like, I'm gonna go through this glass door, and it's like bam. You go to that one.
I'll check out
same
the other
thing.
two, yeah.
It's solid, and that one's solid.
Dudes, lady.
Hmm.
I can't help it. I'm going in.
no.
I'm older. I'm wiser. Leroy. I love Orkfo so much.
I think
If I'm not back in 30 seconds, come get me.
At least
Clint,
grab a rope.
Orkfo
just-
is gone. You pop out into a new space and you immediately begin to fall upwards towards the ceiling because gravity is reversed here. Go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Is this an effect I can see?
Yeah. This is more. It's an effect. This is you trying to like brace yourself
Doesn't
as
matter. Natural 20.
natural 20.
24.
You land easily. You use one of the bookshelves. You land on top of it, and again, like the bookshelves are like they're floating a little bit, but you do notice here, like, oh, they were upside down before, but now they're upright. And you look on the quote unquote ceiling that you're walking on now, or like now that you're reversed up onto it. You see there's like a desk, a big studying desk right in the middle with different objects all over the top of it. It's not expressed on the map, but there's essentially a desk. And there's like tomes on it. You see like these two bookends on it that look very nice and they look strange shapes to them of creatures you can't really put a finger on, but they look like they're valuable, like made out of gold.
Nothing moving.
Nothing move except for like the books that or the shelves that aren't completely on the ceiling. They're just gently floating a little bit, just shifting slightly.
It's the way I came in, like obviously still a way back out.
Yeah,
or-
very much. There was like a ripple effect of you stepping through. There's another stained
Okay.
glass to your south.
Um,
And yes,
Before I touch
Orkfo
anything.
found the very first secret room by trying to break one of the stained glass windows right off the rip. This is, again, very much a dungeon. You just found a secret room.
Cool. Well, I'm not going to touch anything yet. I'm going to go tell everybody that how to navigate into it and that there's fancy books and bookends and stuff.
How are you going to get from, you're about 15 feet from the stained glass, which is where you came from.
Oh, okay.
Essentially, you need to get
so-
up a wall to a door. That's the concept
okay.
here. Like, how do you do that? It's about 15 feet. It's not
Gotcha.
very far.
I'm
Yeah.
worried about him. Should I go after him?
I don't think we have a choice. We have to stick together.
Yes, separation in this place does seem a bit dangerous.
But he can't keep making rash decisions like this.
Oh,
All
we
right,
can.
but
Orkfo.
I would like
Kinda late to stop him now.
Cadmail is gonna stick his head through rather than jump in full send.
Orkfo, you're thinking about what you're doing, and you look up and you see like Cadmail's head appear out through it. And you look, quote unquote, down, Cadmail, but it does feel very strange. It's like it feels very awkward. Your feet are on one gravity plane while your head's being pulled towards another. It's not enough to split your head off of your body, but it's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's like
Careful,
I'm having
careful,
to
sire, don't
intention-
fall.
What?
I'm just gonna put your head like right here.
What is wrong with this room? Why does
It's
my
like
head feel like I have to pull it down?
it's like backwards or
What?
something. Yeah, I kind of
Oh.
fell. So
So you're on the
it's
ceiling.
cool though. Yeah, but its ceiling is down or something. There's books and gold bookends and stuff in here, and I don't know, but it looks like it might be useful to somebody. Or
One
maybe
sec.
it's phylacteries to break. I don't know.
Cadmail stands back up to, have his head pulled out from the window, whatever. So Orkfo's in a room where the gravity is opposite here. I had to pull my head down, but otherwise, he seems to be okay. It looked like a library of sorts.
A library, you say? Tatiana definitely perks up.
Yes, I suppose we should check it out. He said it looks like there's some interesting things in there that might be of use to someone. So,
I'd be
Cadmail.
Good.
Cadmail says that as he's beginning to take a step through, wings ready to.
All right, if you have fly speed ready to go, then you make it in just fine. Tatiana looks at you, Romuald. I would be very curious to see what books are like in a place like this. She kind of stops, looks at Quaylen. He might be reckless, but sometimes in a place like this, you need somebody to push the boundaries. Steps through. She doesn't have fly speed. Shit. And I rolled dexterity. She rolled a natural 15, so she kind of lands on the ceiling.
I'm gonna try to catch the next person that comes in.
Ingles kind of sticks his head in, turns it to look up but down.
Tingles, I didn't realize you were here with us.
Or not Tingles. This is odd. Kind of turns the other way. The physics of this transition just don't quite make sense to me. But here goes nothing. Then he kind of looks at Orkfo. Tally ho! But he like flips and rolls and folds and roll if you catch me.
Yep. Roll dexterity saving throw, Orkfo.
Natural 20.
That's good. Thank you for using all your nat 20s on these things. No. And very much like the Princess Bride of Buttercup coming out of the room at the end, and Andre the Giant down there, Fezzik's down there at the bottom. Like a beautiful princess, Quaylen comes fluttering down, and you catch him so gently.
Hello, lady.
Romuald.
That was quite pleasant. Kind of shivers a little bit. Just rests his hand on his arm like, I don't think I recognized us. Just quite how strong you are, Orkfo. His hand's still there.
Is that a bark penis, or are you just happy to see me?
Both.
Excuse me, I need to listen to myself for a moment. Walked over to a corner.
I'm curious to see how Romuald gets in here. How are we doing it?
Gonna
If at all.
poke my head through and is Orkfo still gonna catch the next person?
I guess you
try.
ask. Yeah.
Am I-
You look down though, but Quaylen and him are having a moment. They're like looking at each other a little bit.
Well,
And Quaylen like steps away from him finally, kind of like looking a little awkward, like, oh, we'll look over here. Whoa, wow, interesting.
Why is this stained glass window so steamy? All right, I'll step through.
Okay, dexterity saving throw, Orkfo. I want an unexpected Orkfo Quaylen romance for the end of the arc, and to put a nice little ribbon on the end of it. No, I'm just kidding.
Only at 12.
It's really not that difficult, to be completely honest. So you do catch them, and not as elegantly, and it's a little bit more. Oh God! Oh, might feel that in your back a little bit, but you're a demigod.
You're kind of
Barbarian.
heavy since you're a god.
Really?
No.
All right. So you're all in this room. It's 11:05. Do you guys want to keep poking around in this space, or do you want to call it here and then pick up next time with poking around the hidden library?
I'll touch everything really fast. No, I'm just kidding.
Mine.
I'll
Like
lick it.
if somebody wants to poke around and people want to like, I'm tired, but they want to poke around, I'll listen. Cool. If not, I'm not trying to force it off. But I just know you guys really fade hard after 11, so I'm not trying to keep you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Quaylen would want to do, I guess, a perception check to just kind of see what he sees. Is that what? I guess it would be a perception.
Perception is just kind of, it's more like, again, it's like you're scanning to see if like, is there any like odd things on the walls, any secret rooms? But if you want to go like through things and look for something interesting, it would be an investigation.
Okay. Well, he does an investigation.
Oh, I was gonna say, can I do an investigation?
You both can. Yep.
Books and are any of them in common?
I got a natural
one. So you, let me check something real quick. You don't even need an investigation check, Rommel. If you go poke around at the desk, it definitely looks like a study, right? There definitely seems to be, there's like a journal, and it looks very similar to that other stained glass, like almost a similar scene of somebody who would be working at this desk. And the books there's 9 of them. 8 of them are all very particular and specific. Each one separately seems to be a book on different schools of magic. So one's about conjuration, one's about abjuration. You see a familiar one about evocation. But there's 8 schools of magic, and the 9th one has no title on its spine.
Are these books Romiel might have seen before?
I'd say no. Like if there's an author on, like, there's not even an author written on it. Yeah, so you have the 9 books, 8 of them with schools of magic as subjects, like each one specific to a certain school. And then like the other mundane items, and then like these 2 very odd looking bookends. They look like strange creatures that are hard to kind of but they're like made out of gold. Look very fancy. This is a puzzle. I'm just making it very clear again because I know how you guys are at after 11 o'clock, especially when puzzles are coming along. Put your brains into it.
Pretty sure my brain is done.
Rami,
I do have a question though.
Yeah.
Just realized that I have a ring of spell storing again. I forgot.
Mhm.
Can we retcon that? I asked Ramiel to put some things in there.
It does come down to beforehand, depends on how many spells Ramiel would have had left, and then what he could put into it. So there's a little bit of I'm sure for Justin, like, I don't remember exactly what I had.
Yeah, right.
And then versus afterwards, and then if Ramiel wanted to give up that spell slot after the long rest. So what was its capability again? Like, what's the highest level?
It's up to 5 levels. So
it can be split up. Like, I'm fine, Ramiel, if you wanted beforehand to do like a level 2, level 3. I think that's easy enough. It'd be up to you if you remember if you had level 5s after the fight. I think there's a chance you did because you came back at, revamped right after your resurrection. I think we restored all your spell slots right after that. So like maybe you ended up the fight with more spells than you had before. I don't remember. Or maybe you didn't get your spell slots back. I actually don't remember. So I'll rely on your memory. And if
Orko's not going to really care what they are. They can just be like sparkles.
Right,
just
yeah.
want to do some magic.
But Justin is very strategic with his spells, and he has a lot of access. So there could be something really fun level 5 you can put in there. So if you don't remember, we can roll to see if you had one. Or if you do remember, I trust you.
I know I would have had the only of the extra spell slots that I got, I'm keeping track of them in my inventory, and the only one I had used was the 9th one. So I know I would have had at least one 5th level.
Okay.
Um,
I'm fine with that. So if there's a 5th, it doesn't have to be 5th, but if you want to dream big with a 5th level and put an Orc Foe spell, Ring of Spell storing, that'd be. There's a lot of options. If you want to decide for that for next time, you can. Or if you want to take a
yeah,
glance
I
now.
mean, what would you want? It's what
It's
did
a
I
lot.
put
I
in
honestly
last
don't
time?
know. I don't remember. Because I had had them in a note and I took them out. I used them though. One of them was I think it was Shatter, and I can't remember what the other one was.
I think what I think would be really good with Orc Foe is telekinesis,
Mm.
Yeah.
because it would probably be really hard to break your concentration,
Mhm.
and it's all strength checks.
I do think the strength checks are based off of your spell casting, though, right? Or like this, or like the hand itself has a
Oh,
strength check.
Your spellcasting ability contested by the creatures. Well, yeah, but if it's me casting the spell, I think
Oh,
we
oh yeah,
talked about this last time. Is it my save DC?
it is yours. It
That is
is,
used.
yeah. Mhm.
So that's still pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Orc Foe strength aside, your spell casting modifier would be very good for it. Yep, 1%. You want telekinesis, Orc Foe?
Yeah, sounds fun.
Or I don't know. There's a whole lot of options.
It's one of those things we could just say you get that now, but again, late. So if next time you want to change your mind and put something else in after more time to think about it, that's totally fine. I'm not going to lock you. I mean, after we get started and get rolling, it'll be different. But between now and then, if you want to change it and talk about it, totally cool. He'll not hold you to it. All right. So you have some books in front of you. You want to take a crack at it, Romuald?
Normally, at this point, I would start doing detect magic. I guess I can. Well, you know what? It really wouldn't make a difference. Everything here is going to be magic, right?
Yeah. So it's a weird territory, right? I want you guys to really think. There'll be weirdness, but I really want you guys to imagine you're in a dungeon, you're in the Undermountain, you're in tombs of the 9 gods. A lot of the same rules are there, with some slight differences, but it's going to act a lot like it, right? I want to so is consciousness magic, right? So things that would be magical in the dungeon will be magical. Things that aren't, all that stuff's going to manifest exactly like a dungeon. So a lot of your strategy and thought should work the same. There'll be some weird stuff you might put into, but
this is how I dealt with all the rooms in the Tomb of the 9 Gods. I'm just gonna cast detect magic. I'm gonna do it as an action though.
Okay. So no
not
ritual.
cast it.
Okay.
Because I don't have to. If everything is prepared now.
You definitely pick up. I'm pretty sure reverse gravity is a specific spell. I don't remember what the school of it is, but you're like, oh yeah, reverse gravity is happening in this room, which is a spell. It might even be evocation, but I don't remember. But then the only other thing that really appears to you is the blank book. The blank book on its cover, not on the spine, but on the cover, is glowing with all 8 schools of magic from it. Like there's a little central point in it.
Anything else on any of the bookshelves?
Nope, not necessarily. If like Tatiana's perusing them, a lot of esoteric knowledge about various subjects. You do see like histories of lands you've all never even heard of, and the such, but nothing in the bookshelves themselves or anything that's going to be a particular clue or anything interesting.
Something special about this blank book.
think I made it pretty clear. The books are a puzzle, just so you guys can approach it like that. But it is a puzzle.
And all the other School of Magic books, they're not glowing or anything like that, just normal books.
I'll say it this way, because it's weird in dungeons, right? They glow
Dungeon
with dungeon magic.
Dungeon
Yeah, it's
magic.
been a
Yeah,
while. It's dungeon magic. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, it's just like Two of the Nine Gods.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. The ninth book inside of it's like the ninth secret school of magic, dungeon magic, which that was not written down, but 100%. I'm saying if you solve this puzzle, that's what's in that book. That's Sarah Ragg's thoughts and feelings about dungeon magic with ramblings of tingles in between all of it.
Cadmiel is
I
going
think we
to
have
find.
to put them in an order.
Cadmiel's just gonna look for a book that has a title on the spine that reads like the most tingles thing he can imagine. It's like, yes, 101 ways to. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to be published. I'm pretty sure decency laws are not applicable here. Never mind.
Yeah, this definitely seems more leaned to the Acerak part of the consciousness. If you want to roll, like, again, remember, you can roll an intelligence check if you want to solve the puzzle. Like, I really don't mind if you want to try and roll for the solution.
I think.
Yeah.
So just to go over everything that we've got a book for all schools of magic, and then we have another book.
To be fair,
is-
the book that had the glowing detect magic on it has no title. There's no written things on its cover. There's nothing. It's completely blank. And so that's one book, but it does glow with all schools of magic. And then there's 8 other books, each one dedicated to a different school of magic. And then there's these like 2 ornate bookends made out of gold.
Wait a second.
Where's the blank book in order? Is it on one of the ends, or is it just
To
in
be
the middle
fair, they're
somewhere?
not in the like bookends. Like everything's just kind of loose and out on the desk. To be fair,
Oh, it's scattered.
yeah,
out and about,
scattered.
yeah.
Yep.
Alteration, conjuration, evocation. I forget what that one is.
Restoration.
Restorations and Elder Scrolls.
Oh yeah, you're not like I don't even know.
Actually, yeah, no, transmutation wouldn't work. There's not a T in Serac. Darn. Here I was thinking, man, what if you spell a Serac's name with all of the schools of magic?
I think you're on the right track, though.
Yeah, and I guess the book that glows with every school of magic is a wild card. It's like the missing letter. You just put that in.
I'm gonna help you guys with brain. Do you guys want me to help you steer your brain power a little bit so you're not flailing at things? Or maybe, do you want that kind of hint in this moment? Does that make sense? Sometimes I'll help you guys steer you if things are like, I hope you're gonna spend a lot of time thinking about something that might not matter. Does that make sense? Don't think too hard about like a special name as a solution.
What if?
But you guys are
Okay.
hot.
What if?
We have to put them in alphabetical order.
Does Orpho know his alphabet though? That's me.
Abracadabra bee. Are they out of order right now alphabetically, or are they just like
Correct. They're
some
just
random
really,
order?
they're literally scattered all over the desk. Just
Okay.
willy nilly.
What if we just put them all in between the bookends. Doesn't matter the order.
Well, let's at least put them in alphabetical order.
Okay.
Or at
Abjuration,
least put the blank one on one of the ends.
Yeah.
Okay, so what
Abjuration,
exactly?
conjuration, divination, dunamancy, enchantment, evocation, illusion, necromancy, transmutation.
Technically, Dunamancy is not a school of magic, but it's a school of magic, but it's not a school of magic. And then where do you put the
Restoration
blank
is a
book?
perfectly valid school of magic.
Did you say the blank book last? I was focusing on my joke.
I was saying a line from Skyrim. Restoration is a perfectly valid school of magic. You think so too, right?
Orkvo, you did alphabetical. Where did you put the blank book?
I would have put it like on either end, but like
Okay, you put it on the
taking
first.
what
You
said,
do it.
I think I would have put it where dunamancy would go, right?
Dunamancy's a joke. I don't even know all the school
Yeah.
of magics. Orkvo, you put them in alphabetical order. You start at the beginning,
Yeah.
but you put the blank one in front, and you put the little bookends together, and nothing happens, and you take it, and then you put it at the end, and it all begins to glow as you put it in alphabetical order with the blank book at the end between them.
Hell yeah.
Use the period on the sentence.
And as you do see now, the blank book has things written inside of them, for sure. One of them is 100% canon, a treatise on dungeon magic and its implications on the other school of magics and how it lives outside the boundaries of normal rules and laws. And then you realize it might not be useful anymore, unfortunately, but at a certain time and place, Rama would be very excited to find a new spell book to learn new spells. Oh, I guess still the rule is you have to know it in your spell book. So maybe some of these aren't in there, but there are spells inside of it. And I just posted them in Discord. I think
I'll always want to add spells.
I think the weird thing here, Justin, for Romulan and Wiz new powers, and also last arc, right? It's not like you're gonna sit down and usually probably have time to transcribe stuff. Any spell that you don't have on your list from that, you can just like, okay, I now know it. It's in my book. You know, there's no like process to it. There's no cost or
I know
anything.
kung fu.
So feel free to add those to them if you don't know them. Without any
like there's no time cost or
no time
anything
cost,
like
no material. Like you're just
Oh, shit.
divine weave knowledge. You just kind of like suck it in. Also, my goal is to break Romuel by the end of the campaign with giving him so many options that Justin just malfunctions and can't play strategically.
I cast Vicious Mockery. Justin, you're a wizard.
You've already cast Meteor Swarm 3 times in a row. I cast Meteor Swarm. I don't know what to do. All right, it is 11:24. I do think we end on that with you guys solving that little puzzle. Does that sound okay? And then we'll pick up next time. Because, again, it's very much going to be, all right, gear up for some puzzle solving and poking and then maybe some combat in between all of it. It's going to be very much a dungeon crawl like that. Okay?
Awesome sauce.
Awesome sauce. Thank you guys. I'm assuming everyone's okay with Tingles' turn here. JB did approach me about it. He's like, hey, I think like Tingles in his frustration would want to cast Wish and become a god. And he's like, what do you think could happen with that? And we both have the same thought, like maybe we could tie it to Sararak. And also on above table thing, JP's like, it'd also be really cool to have a reason to not have to run Tingles to mechanical stuff. Narratively, this is me projecting, but I've always imagined Tingles. For me, his loyalty and where his true loyalties lie. Is he too selfish? To me, that's a story, right? So like I'm gonna be enjoying watching you guys explore. Like, is Tingles truly selfish? Is he not? And kind of seeing where that goes. Like Tingles isn't completely gone. As I told JP, it'll be up to him where he wants to take Tingles' story at the end of all of this. And also where the Badgers, right? Is you guys make your decisions on what happens and what you go through with him through this experience. But we're here. Your final dungeon crawl, boys, is the Badgers.
Hey.
Hey.
Love it.